Good morning, everyone. We have the nature category here in room 3 in Christchurch. It is sponsored by Sony. Thank you very much for that. We really appreciate it. I'm going to read the category description. It's photographs that celebrate the beauty and diversity of the natural world. Includes photographs of natural land formations in the sky, natural water features, flora, wildlife, or fungi. It is not a traditional natural history category, but images must be authentic in content. This is not the category for domestic animals. Landscapes without a dominant, identifiable nature subject should be entered into the landscape categories. Entrants must not handle the depicted wildlife or do anything to injure or distress any creature or disturb their habitat. An image may include indication of human existence if this is not relevant to the subject's environment, e.g. a hawk on a fence post, but must not include the human figure itself. All right, let's get started. We're going to go through the run through and then we'll get our judges up and get into it. All right. Looks like there's going to be some amazing images in there today. So we're going to crack into it. We're going to introduce all our judges that are going to be first up. Simone Jackson, Craig Turner-Bullock, Steve Hussey, Tracy Scott and Kay Davis. Can you please come up and sign in? No more judges exclusions. We've all got them in. Yep. Right. First print, please. And the caption for this is an Australian magpie. Magpie in the Caldy tree, Agathis australis. We have an initial score of 76 and we have a challenge from Craig.
Yeah, I'm on 82. I just thought the light was stunning in this. It's printed beautifully. That soft kind of warm tone in the background really helps the outline of the magpie stand out in the space there. And that space around it is really beautifully done as well. So I think this has been really well seen, really well printed. Colours are beautiful, and I just thought it snuck up into silver there.
And can we have a comment from Kay, please?
I scored at 73. I felt it was a good professional practice photograph of the subject. In a lot of respects, I do feel it was getting a little bit lost in the scene, but I agree it's been beautifully printed and the tonal colour palette is nice. So, yeah, it taught me up.
And Simone?
Yeah, I scored a 78, and for all the reasons that you said too, Craig. The thing I'm struggling with the most, I do very much appreciate the environment, and that's why the crop is so big there, and that has shown the actual environment of where this bird is. But I still feel that if it had been cropped to even tighter still, it still could have included that environment and a clever crop there as well. And that's why I've kept it at a really good solid bronze, but it's just the bigness of the amount and the smallness of the actual bird is what held me back.
And Craig, you'll write a reply, please.
I think the bigness, as Simone said, is what I like about it. It does give a sense of the environment and the context of where this bird lives. I think the bird isn't lost. The space around it really frames it beautifully and tells you exactly where it's going to be able to travel and go into the environment and fly off to the next tree and all those things that it's going to do. So yeah, for me, the way it's been handled is just above bronze. So a few more points would be great.
Rescore. Craig, can you just put your score back in, please? And we have a score of 77, a bronze. Well done. And next print, please. Coming. Healthy forest transitions into a fire-damaged forest to Tasmania southwest. We have an initial score of 81, and we have a challenge.
I've scored this just into the distinction range, 85, and I think this is where captions really help. Otherwise, I remember seeing it in the run through thinking, oh, it's a really fantastic landscape only. But it does fit with what the caption said about the, how it transitions into a different, in Tasmania. The printing is absolutely sublime, just absolutely top-notch printing. I can't get better than that, like that's insane. And just the light, the way the light's falling, the photographer has really seen this entire scene. You can actually breathe this air when you're looking at it, so it goes to another level. You are there, you're breathing it. It's got that a cross between an Otago and Australian feel. You've got that mix, but you've got Tasmania, which is basically exactly that. So I urge you to consider coming up.
And Tracy, can we have a comment from you, please?
I'm right down the other end at 74. Sorry. I enjoyed the strong diagonal coming through. I enjoyed the blend from the green to the brown, from the life to the dead. But that rocky outcrop on the left-hand side is so bright. My eye just kept going there, and I'm like, it's not even about the rock, it's about this transition, and I just kept going back, and I couldn't get away from it, and I found it so distracting, it killed the whole composition for me, and I struggled. Sorry.
And Simone, there's no one else want to talk? Oh, Steve, go right ahead.
Yeah, no, I'm in support of this going to silver distinction. I scored at 84. I just sat on the fence a little bit, but the more I look at it, the more it draws me in. It's a stunning capture of devastation in life, of yin and yang, of balance. And I just, I saw it in the run-through again. It just sort of passed me by a little bit, but I want to see it bigger. I just drawn into each individual tree and the structure and shape, and the rock gives it a sense of scale, a sense of, scope of the whole area.
Thank you, Steve. Tracy, I'd just like to address the rock. There's actually detail even in the bright parts, and when you look at it, it actually helps to tell the story of this country. That's like an iguana, that's a gecko coming out. You can see its mouth. It's actually showing, it's bringing you into the... It helps to encourage you to really look at the entire scene and know what's in there. It's literally like a massive monolith coming into it. So I think that really helped, and as Steve said, yep, the sense of scale. So yeah, I really urge you to come up if you can, even into a very high silver, but I'm really gunning for a distinction here.
And judges rescore. And well done, a score of 85, a silver distinction. And can we have the next print, please? No caption for this one. Can't get over how much my And we have an initial score of 83. And Steve's going to challenge that.
What's not to love about this? You've got the chick eagerly waiting on a quirky angle with its mouth open, waiting for the food. The parent arriving back thinking, oh my God, it's food time again. And in the middle they meet, perfect symmetry. And down the bottom, the chick is finally fledging and is ready to launch into the world and supported by its peers. So much narrative here, beautifully executed, amazing palette, pinpoint sharp. It's telling a wonderful story. I gave it a 92. I think it's a gold.
And Tracy, can we have a comment from you, please?
Yeah, I gave this a bronze at 75. I'm actually in love with the top right image all by itself. I'd give that a gold. I'm just not so sure it works as a set. The colour tones of the sky in the bottom image as opposed to the ones in the top. One's warm, one's cold. The linking of the feeding with fledgling, I can't. You know, it's not a flow for me. The top line works good. The bottom line to me just doesn't work in with the top line. So I thought it was a good bronze, and that's where I saw it.
Okay, and a comment from Craig.
Yeah, I scored this 84. I really enjoy those top three images. I struggled with the bottom image. I think, Steve, you've helped finish the narrative of its inclusion for me there. I do still feel it would be stronger as a triptych though. But I'm definitely happy to come up into distinction range. I'm not quite sure if I'm at gold though. I think probably Tracy for the reasons you pointed out with the colour balance.
And Simone.
Yeah, I had it at 83, and to be honest, the only thing that held me back was what Tracy said, the bottom image and the tonal quality is different from the tops, and maybe lifting the luminance of the blues could have helped there just a tiny bit to match it or marry it up, which is quite difficult. But I actually think that bottom image, when you think about it, that is the chick that's, it's portrayed as showing its first fledge, and that's actually very exciting to see that, and also that chick in the middle, I can see the timeline. That's also a big, it's one that's almost going to fledge anyway, because the size of the mouth and how far it's gone in. It's not just giving it little tiny amounts now, it's like fully getting all its regurgitation. So I feel that it could be very much close to when it actually fledged, but you're just holding back. I couldn't do gold or even a distinction because of that that blue, the slight muddiness, if for want of a better word, at the bottom.
And Steve, right of reply.
Okay, thanks for your comments, judges. I think it's the narrative is so strong in this, so compelling, for me anyway. The parents have basically done their duty. They've seen that through the union of the chick and the parents' relationship has come to an end. And I love the fact that all of the peers of the chick are basically sending it off on its first flight. I think it's a great story of maturation, of taking airborne. There are some discrepancies with the palette, sure, but I think definitely come up to silver distinction. It's only, it's a little bit of a stretch for a couple of you, but no, I think it's well worth it.
Steve, just want to pop your score in, please.
I thought I had it.
And we came up to a silver distinction of 86. Congratulations. And next print, please. No caption. And just a reminder, judges, can we keep our comments very concise and short? And while we're waiting for the judges, I want to thank Sony again for sponsoring this and the Iris Awards, because without them, we wouldn't have such an amazing event. So make sure you pop out and see Aaron at the team and out in the trade stands, and they will give you lots of new things to look at. All right, and we have a score of 79, a bronze award. Oh, and we have a challenge.
We're going to have to vote on this anyway. And,
Oh, hang on, Steve. Tracy actually gets this.
Oh, sorry.
That's okay. So I've scored this 84. I've gone the other way this time. You see a lot of these sorts of images, but this is just so beautifully handled. There's a dream-like quality, but there's so much detail in there as well. Often photographers photograph these types of things and it just becomes this mottled blur of nothingness. But we have all this gorgeous detail in there as well. And I think the composition, the lighting, and it's ethereal. I think for a nature image, this is just beautifully handled. And I think it's well worthy of a silver. I haven't gone into a distinction, just a silver. And yeah.
And Simone, please.
I scored this at 74, and I think I was a bit mean, to be honest, when I had another look. It's really nice to actually get a bit more time with it. The printing quality is just divine. The choice of paper is incredible. And I must admit, the little bit more of ethereal stuff going on is really good. I shouldn't really call it a negative, just a couple little spots at the top left. I wondered if they could have been maybe cropped down a little bit to miss that, and maybe even the bottom was probably my only critique. But yeah, I'll definitely come up a bit.
And Kay, did you want to?
I thought this is a beautiful image. I sort of feel that the bottom half is quite heavy, but there's a beautiful etherealness in the top half. And what struck me with the image, there's in the leaf shape on the very top, well, 3 down from the top, there's a bird shape, which really resonated with me. It's just that little cookie that you can find in these things sometimes. And so I put that at 76 in Bronze Award, but it is a beautiful print.
Judges rescore, please. Oh, sorry, Tracy, my bad. Right of reply. Point to
Did you want to say something before I do?
Oh yeah, just really briefly, I love the fact that there looks like the moon's reflected in there. I don't know if it is the moon, but for me it just gives it another little cookie.
Just to address your issues with the darkness at the bottom, this is going from the earth to the sky, from the dark to the light. There is that little bird shape and the moon shape and all those wonderful things. Nature isn't always about representing or documenting what we see. Sometimes nature's about going out there and just being with nature and feeling the beauty and just dreaming into it. And that's what this does for me.
Judges rescore, please. Tracy, can you just... And we have a final score of 81, a silver. Congratulations. And next print, please. Yeah, it's coming. Tauhui with the shadow of a fern frond across its face. And we have an initial score of 80. And congratulations, we'll accept that. Yes, can you have a comment, please, Steve? My bad.
No, that's okay. It's a lovely portrait of this bird. I love the shadow, the triangle above it. It gives it a sense of home and place. So well done to the author.
And next print, please. Yes, there is. I'm just making sure I try and pronounce it correctly, which is going to be interesting. Anthoterapus hilarius is a species of wolf spider that is endemic to New Zealand. And I apologise now if I get any of my pronunciations wrong. Not and we have an initial score of 77. And we will accept that. Congratulations. We're just going to do a quick... Yes, comment too, please.
Okay. Congratulations on your bronze award. Really beautiful lighting, a stunning print. The fall off around the edges is really good. I think one thing that I just struggled with personally is the front leg, the behind front leg, if that helps, one that's closest to the mouth, is kind of quite out of focus, whereas the actual main body is in focus and the front legs are in focus. So that was the only one that wasn't, and I couldn't understand why that was the only one, considering there's focus on each side of that. I got a bit confused there. But that's congratulations. That was the only thing I could see. It was lovely toning.
And we're just going to have a quick judge swap so we can make sure our judges stay nice and fresh. So Simone, thank you very much. If you have a quick break, and Jackie, we'll get you in, please. Next print, please. If there is a caption, judges, I will read it as soon as it appears on my screen. If you don't hear from me, you know there's no caption. we have an initial score of 79. And we are going to accept that. Congratulations. Oh, no. 79, sorry, my bad. Learning. And we will have a review. So, are you going to challenge it? All right, then Craig, go ahead.
I'm at 80 on this one. I just thought that the composition was really strong and just pushed it up a little bit higher than a bronze. So that curve of the leaf, I love the shadow of the spider underneath. And I don't know what it is about jumping spiders, but they always have like really cute eyes on the top of their head. And these are really nicely framed with that orange and really stand out well. They're nice and sharp. And yeah, I think that the positioning and everything is really well done. So just snuck in with an 80 on this one.
And Kay?
I thought this was absolutely delightful image. I scored it, I kept it in bronze because I just felt that the eyes weren't 100% sharp. So I did keep it down, but if anyone can say yes it is, maybe it's my eyes, who knows. But it's beautiful. I love the colours that are in here. I think the focus is more on the mouth, whereas to me the eyes are a little bit more accentuated within the composition.
And Steve?
Just had a look, Kay, and the hair on the top of the eyes is really sharp. I think they are. It's just, I think it might just be the colour. It's just slightly makes it feel a little bit soft.
And Craig, your vote of play?
Yeah, we have to review this anyway, so don't make us go through another scoring set. Give it an 80.
And congratulations, a silver at 80. And next print, please. Viscous Elastica roots. Tracy's sitting down. And we have an initial score of 74. And we're going to accept that. Professional standard, can I have a comment, please, from someone?
I really enjoyed the shapes of this, but it is very heavy in the foreground, and that the ends of the roots are just uncomfortably close to the top of that frame. Perhaps a little more space above could have helped.
Thank you. And next print, please. I don't need to lean into that. I need to stop leaning into that. No caption thing. Say no caption. Let's get another swapper name. Let's put Terry in for Steve. And we have an initial score of 76. And Tracy's going to challenge that.
Okay, I'm out on a limb here. I gave this an 85. I really enjoyed the colour palette. I really enjoyed the narrative. The narrative is just gorgeous. There they are, you know, mum's in there protecting her baby, and she's fighting, she's keeping everybody away, and at the end, the gratitude and the, you know, snuggling in. Just, yeah, it's a beautiful story, and it's beautifully printed, and every one of those frames is very well composed and adds to the story. There's no repetition. I just think it's a very well put together series.
And Jackie, please.
I scored this 71. The first frame I find is the strongest frame, and the other ones lose me. And part of that is the treatment of the background. It seems it's a very brightly lit situation. It's been overly dulled down. All the tones around the edge and the muddiness there. It just sort of it took me away from being there and seeing this natural scene. The first one, yeah, I'm in it. But I like your story that you're telling me. I could see that, but the technical things of that dulling down got me. Sorry.
Anybody else? Okay, Tracy, take it away.
No, out on a limb there, so that's okay. Yeah, for me, that tonal range just keeps it held together and quiet, but I can see how, it can feel muddy. So, yep.
And 76, a bronze award. Congratulations. And a comment, please. Tracy, do you want to give it a comment? Oh, no, we don't need to. We're challenged. Yeah. That's right. It's morning time. All right. We're going to accept that. Congratulations. And next print, please. Oh, yeah, we'll do the next one. See if I find that one up. Ay, ay, ay. You're just going to go? Okay. Okay. When? And we have an initial score of 76. And we're going to accept that. Congratulations, a bronze award. And a comment for the photographer? Yes, please, Jackie.
Yeah, I think this would have gone into that next scoring range if it had been cropped closer in. The major part of the image is the outer focused areas, and it doesn't bring us into that lovely lacework of frost.
Thank you very much. And next print, please. And this one is called Battle of the Species. And we have an initial score of 88, and Steve is going to challenge that.
Yeah, I'm glad we get to challenge this. We're on 88. I think it's not going to be a hard sell to go up to gold. I've scored at 93. What a masterful approach to this subject. You've got 7 amazing portraits of these characters. You've got 3 in green backgrounds on the right, 3 on dark backgrounds, head-to-head confrontation. I don't know the order of who fights who. I just know that the praying mantis in the middle is very anxious about its position. I think it's a lovely piece of storytelling, exceptional lighting, and exceptional craft work of the photographer to capture these portraits. The matting is superb. It tells the story of looking at this through an insect's eyes into their world.
And Tracy, please.
Me way out again. Okay, I'm on 75. The bits I did enjoy was the composition of the green circles on the right, the dark on the left, and the praying mantis poking its head in cheekily there. What let me down? I mean, I love the top 3 images and the centre one. The bottom left, the bottom right, and the bee on the right. I just found that as individual images, the compositions were really messy and didn't work, and they had none of the finesse that the other ones had. The lighting, the posing, if you call it posing, the composition within the frame. They were just blocked up and messy and didn't work with the others at all for me, which was such a shame, because when I saw it, I thought, wow, gold, and got up there and was let down.
And Kay, please.
Yeah, I scored this 86. I thought the design of the collection of insects was incredible. Tracy, I'm not too bothered by that bottom image, because what you've got within the whole overall composition is the colour tones of that. It's just the nature of what that is. You can't do much with it, whereas the others have a lot of definition and colour variance and all that sort of thing. But that bottom left one feeds through into the next one on the top right purely because of its colour palette. I think that the capture of these, the sharpness, the detail in the eyes and everything like that has just been incredibly well handled, and it's just a beautiful piece of work. I'm on 86. I'm listening for gold.
And Craig?
Yeah, just to add maybe to the narrative a little, I scored this 87 because there was a couple of little technical things. I'm really glad I've got some more time to look at this, because now I can identify maybe a little bit about the species as well. So I can forgive those, and I'm coming up to gold. And basically what I think is, well, the mantis is definitely in the middle, because that's the silent assassin, right? He's going to kill everybody and eat everybody, and he's going to sneak in and do that. And then I think on the evil side, you have a fly, you have a wasp, and you have a moth. On the left-hand side, on the good side, I don't know what that is at the top, I'm not sure, but then you've got a bee, which everybody knows is a nice kind of wasp, and you have a butterfly, which is a prettier kind of moth. So that is the layout, and that's the story, and I'm definitely coming up into gold.
And Steve, your right of reply, please.
Thank you, Craig. Entomologist extraordinaire. The bottom 2 images, they don't annoy me or disturb me at all. That's the nature of those characters. Their eyes are beautiful, they're pinpoint sharp. This is exceptional work and great storytelling. Please come up.
And congratulations, that's a gold award at 91. And next image, please. Eucalyptus Flora. Snow gum submerged in winter snowdrifts, Mount Hoffham, Australia. And we have an initial score of 77. And Craig's going to challenge that. Go for it.
Yeah, I'm at 82, so just up in the silver range again here, and just really for the way it's been beautifully presented and the composition. This is a lone tree. Maybe these drifts have been quite deep by the looks of it, and has swept others away. And I love that shadow play of the tree coming down, and then the kind of drift coming down into that bottom right corner. So it's got a really lovely flow, and it's really beautifully printed and presented. So I've put it in at silver.
And Jackie?
Yeah, I scored this 72, mainly because most of what we see in the photograph is snow, but the snow is not really taking me anywhere new. It hasn't got that feeling for me. There's no interesting crevices or real great rhythm and pattern to it that says why it's there. It's just negative space that's taking away from that tree. I would have loved to have seen a closer crop and more dynamic shapes to interest me.
Anyone else? No? Craig, go right ahead.
Yeah, okay. I love the flow of it. I think that those lines in the snow are really justifying that negative space from that diagonal top left to bottom right. Yeah, so let's rescore.
It's doing my job for me. I like it. And a 77 Bronze Award. Can we just have a blank screen? We're just going to have a wee bit of a swap around. Steve, thank you very much. You can have a quick break. Terry, if you could come in. And Kay, if you can have a quick break. Rach, we're going to put you in, please. There it is. We need to get him in. And next print, please. So I'll give you a little bit extra time, Terry. Are you right? Sorted? This is a macro focus stacked image of a tiny 20 mil high forest mushroom. And we have a score of 80, a silver. Congratulations. Can we have a comment from someone, please? Go ahead, Tracy.
Yeah, the use of focus stacking has given the most exquisite detail throughout the head of this mushroom. I quite enjoyed your choice of paper as well. I wasn't sure that I would when I first got up there. Perhaps a little more focus stacking coming right down to the base of the mushroom might have connected it and then gone out of focus. I was just a little disappointed. There was details there I would love to have seen. Could have brought it up for me.
Thank you. And next print, please. And if you're here in Christchurch, make sure you go out and check the trade stands. I've had a little sneaky peek and it looks fantastic. So go out there and check it out. Next one. And we have a score of 76, a bronze award. Congratulations. And a comment. Go ahead, Craig.
Yeah, I really enjoy the layout of this, the close-up, the full size of the mushroom and the environment shot. I think the environmental shot just lets it down a little bit with the biggest mushroom off to the left there. If that had been composed maybe a little bit differently, I think it would have received a higher score.
And a blank screen. We're just going to have another little switch around to keep everyone fresh. So, Craig, thank you very much. We're going to pop Tony in for you. And Tracy, thank you very much. We're going to pop Simon in for you. And next print, please. And we have a score of 72, high professional standard. And can we have a comment, please? Yeah, go, Tony. Thank you.
Look, Matt Curry is certainly very tough and not an easy one to get right technically, but would encourage a little bit more sharpness through depth of field, particularly through that face area.
And next print, please. And the caption is Bengal Tiger. We're just waiting for one. Who is it? And we have a score of 76. And congratulations, a bronze award for you. Terry, would you like to have a comment then?
Yeah, I actually just gave me an 82. I wanted to sneak it up into the silver range. I love the sheer ferocity of the of the look on the tiger, and of course being in a situation to capture this is, it's not an easy thing to be as close to that as a tiger that's acting as angry as this is. So I guess it's that capture of that anger that I was rewarding, and it's it's a good quality photograph as well. So I think the only comment that I would make as far as encouragement goes is that if there was another one in the series that showed the back part of the tiger with legs, it would have helped, because at the moment it looks a bit like an alligator or something that's a bit legless, if you know what I mean. So beautiful capture, but yeah, cool.
Right. Well done. Right, next image, please. Tairoa Bully's mollyhawk. It does have a scientific name, but I'm really not going to go there. I'm not that clever. And we have an initial score of 72. Congratulations, it's a professional standard. And Rachel would like to comment, thank you.
I think just a few technical issues there, and look at how heavily you process. The blues are massively saturated and it becomes quite distracting.
Thank you, next print please. And the caption is a colour of autumn. And we have initial score of 74. And well done, congratulations, 74, high professional standard. Can we have a comment from someone? Jackie, thank you.
Yeah, beautifully sharp and lovely colour, but it would be great to get a sense of where it is in the landscape and not just have the blacks being black, and the pattern on the leaf could have been just a little bit more interesting.
Thank you, next print please. And we have an initial score of 82. And Rachel, you'd like to challenge that?
I gave this 88, silver distinction. It's beautifully handled. It's just about a pure white image, but there's detail. The bird is fantastically sharp. It's very ethereal, and it's almost like it's over water, but it's like it's flying through clouds because it's all white. I think it's just been really well controlled and is worthy of a distinction.
Simone, can we have a...
Yeah, I struggled with this a bit. My score was 73, which I thought was a good professional standard. I love the colour palette is beautiful. I love this. That really suits my feels there. at first I felt that the bird was not sharp and everything else was too sharp compared to the bird, and that kind of pulled me back down, and I've had to take another couple of looks and realise that actually that bird is sharp. But I struggled with that. So I'd just love to hear a bit more, and yeah, thanks.
Tony?
I'm with you on distinction. I think when you've transcended nature into art, we need to recognise and reward that. The tones haven't been blown out yet. For a high key image, we could have easily the author could have the photographer could have done that, and they haven't. So their technical control has actually been magnificent. But more than that, this bird is a seagoing bird. The essence of this, in terms of the colour, the blending, has been captured. We get a feeling for what this bird is, where it is, and what it's doing, and the placement with that ripple, the bird within that that band, I think has been very deliberate and very clever. Well done.
And Rachel. Oh, sorry. Jackie, would you like to say something?
Just a question. I'm on 82. But there's a sense of it not being flat. It's like that's taken on a bit of an angle. Water is usually that's what put me off a little bit. If you can resolve that, does that feel a bit like it's turning bottom heavy on the left-hand side? Not, a bit twisting and not flat onto the. Yeah.
Go ahead, Rach.
Love the support, Tony, and I pretty much don't need to say a lot more, except I'm on a boat, gentle undulations, and so maybe that tilt that you're feeling is just the movement of the boat, and with that just highlights the skill of the photographer in getting such beauty and sharpness within that composition. So distinction, please.
And rescore, please, judges. And well done. That got it up to a silver distinction at 86. Congratulations. And next print, please. And this one's got a caption of nurturing mother spider. And we have an initial score of 87, and someone would like to challenge that. Go right ahead.
Right, okay. My score was 96, which was a gold with distinction. I'm going to start with saying this is fine art at its best in the nature category. It's got a little bit of science going on, but it's more fine art. I get that, but as we know in the nature description, we can do this. It's not all natural history. The ethereal feel, the printing quality is superb. The colour tones are just rock your socks off. And the coolest thing is it's got all this 3D. When you move your head physically up and down, things come into focus. It's insane. Absolutely insane, and that's what got me, that's what tipped me. I was at a gold, and that's what tipped me.
And Rachel, can we have a comment from you, please?
I scored this 78, so high bronze. I'm probably just being a bit stingy. I want to hear what everyone else has to say for Gold D.
Terry, you'd like a chat?
Yeah, I actually scored this at 87, and I'm definitely going to come up to gold because I was a wuss. It is stunning. I agree, it's fine art. It strikes me, I mean, spiders' webs are incredibly delicate things, and this spider is obviously in a spider's web, and so are, so are its other ones. But the way it's been caught, you can't see all that. It's just absolutely stunning. So, yeah, I was a wuss. I'm coming up to gold as well. So, yeah, that's my penny's worth.
Yep. Yeah, Jackie here. I'm on 87 too. I'll come to gold. It is sublime. I'm not sure about the 3D thing. I think it might be your glasses when you move up and down, but it certainly has merit. Well done.
Tony, go ahead.
Look, given we're talking gold, look, I'm 88, and look, I think you've convinced us to go gold. There's a beauty in nature. I think it's perhaps a little bit too warm, but that's part of the feeling which I enjoy and I'll reward that because there's the nurturing warmth that comes with that. Spider that could be upside down as well, but she's holding it together, so I love that kind of extra messaging. The depth of field just through, that's probably just holding me back just a little bit just on some of the mother spider, but I definitely think it's worthy reward and I will come up.
And Simone?
Thank you, all of you. I'm really thrilled that you're seeing what I saw as well. I just sort of just a couple little things too. For example, like the depth of field. When it comes to all these little baby spiders as well, there are some that will not make it, some that will, and to me it's telling that's part of the story. So that's quite. I didn't want everything to be sharp because of the whole nature of this whole image. Also, the very sharp details, the stronger points that are absolutely tack sharp, the stronger, if you look at the stronger colours in there and have a quick peek, that's showing those little ones, it's showing the point of when they're going to come and make the same transition, and the awesomeness of that mother that's just taking it. That's what happens in parenthood. They just have to suck it up. A lot of it's always about the kids and the mothers, the parents are generally the ones who have to suck it up and take it. So everything to me is just telling so much, and I should really stop.
And rescore, please. And congratulations, 93, a gold. And next print, please.
Okay, judges, we have a score of 73, which is a professional standard. We will accept that. Thank you very much. Somebody, Terry?
Yeah, I think it could have been improved by having more detail in the bottom of the image. Where the water's flowing, it's going into a fuzzy area and it just loses it for me. I wanted to see that beautiful clear water all the way through.
Thank you. Next image, please. Okay, we have a caption that says, "Happy frog chilling in the farm pond." In the farm pond. Okay, we have a score of 76. Simone, you'd like to challenge?
Yes, please. Thank you. I'll put this into silver 82 for all the reasons that I love the wideness of the crop because it shows the environment that the frog is in. It's got like a little bit of a cartoon quality, but at the same time it's got that ethereal feel as well when it comes to see just the textures of the water. It's been printed beautifully, and the real little detail just under the lips of the frog, that sharpness that just pops up through the water, just gives me a little bit of an extra coolness. And I see the other 2D thing going on too with its eyes in the front of its face too when I'm even looking at it from this distance, and the smile.
Okay, Jackie, you're at the other end.
I scored at 72, just out of the award range for bronze even, but I could come up to bronze. There is no real sense of place here, where it's just besides being green water and turning up, and the hands are they're very close to the edge of frame, and there was a crowding in there. Yes, I liked it sharp, but for an award I was wanting why it's looking at you, where it is. There's a bit more about it.
Hey, Tony, you were first.
Yes, correct, Jackie. And if I can help that, I'm on bronze. There's another message here which I think is important to recognise. The frog's hanging on, which is kind of symbolic of where the species is at, both endemic and sort of the native and non-native species. It's hanging on, about to be taken out into the abyss, which is, a little bit of a conservation message as well.
Okay, Rachel.
I scored this 75 bronze. I'm actually really happy with it being in the bronze range. It is fun, it's got a bit of humour, it's well captured, worthy of an award, but I just find that the green area is quite noisy, and I'm not willing to sort of go up unless you can convince me otherwise.
Okay, back to you, Simone.
Thank you. Actually, I've just had another quick look at the print. It's not noise, it's the actual particles. I really would love you to just jump up again and have a look. It's the particles in the water of the really muddy, or the algae and all the rest of it. It's the particles that does have that texture to it. I definitely know it's not noise. And it's almost like the frog's actually, he's happy. I think it's a male because he's into his bodybuilding. He's doing his push-ups. So it's got a bit of like a quirkiness and that fine up. Especially when you look at the back leg that's out, that's not... it's not symmetrical with the others, so I'd encourage you to, even if you could come up to an early silver, I'd be thrilled.
Please rescore, judges. And we've brought it up to a solid bronze, 77.
And next print, please. A family of oleander aphids feasting on a plant. And we have an initial score of 80. Well, no, we have a score of 80. Congratulations, a silver award. Well done. And can we have a comment from someone?
I enjoyed this very much. I appreciate these are very, very small insects. But I would like to see a little bit more focus in certain areas, I guess. I think they would have made it pop a little bit more.
Thank you. Next print, please. And we have a score of 85, silver distinction. Congratulations. And can I have a comment for this, please?
Yep.
Thank you, Jackie.
Yeah, scored it way up there. The red in the background really says that danger and that feasting on this creature. Perhaps to get it a little bit further up would have been a bit of dulling down of the lighter hump behind the creature at the front. Yeah, it's a bit of a highlight. It's a bit bright, but well done.
Congratulations. And next print, please. And this is a blue duck. This is the nature category, and thanks again to Sony for the sponsorship for this category. And we have a score of 76. And we're going to accept that, a bronze award. Well done. And a comment? Thanks, Jackie.
Yep. Perhaps the blue duck should look a little bit bluer. And just that decisive moment of coming out of the water, maybe it was a second afterwards, just a little bit more sense of flight or movement through that space.
And thank you for that. And next print, please. And the caption is a tui posed for a portrait. And we have a score of 78 and an automatic challenge from Terry.
Look at the pride in this bird. Mine is, I scored at 90. You know, this is an incredibly sharp, beautifully printed image, a portrait of a tui, you know, one of our native birds. Look how proud it is. You know, look at what the photographers captured here. the bird's not looking, it's looking away. It's got this air of confidence. It knows it's one of its, it's one of New Zealand's most beautiful birds. It knows that when it opens its mouth, its beak, it's going to emit a beautiful warbling sound. It's a matter of pride. The photographer has actually captured the pride of this bird in such a beautiful, delicate way, bringing out every single colour that the bird has got to offer. Now, you can't tell me that isn't worth at least a silver. I'd like to hear some other comments to say why you guys are bringing it down so far.
I scored this 68. Bit harsh, but I think when it comes to bird photography, there and this magnificent bird, there's some problems here with the top of the bird blending into that background that's just out of focus. It's not saying so where it is within its space. I felt the twist of its head was a little bit awkward and not in its natural state. But ultimately, there's a high contrast here, and it's making those whites blow out, and there's a pinky purpley sort of colour hue going through there that's not in nature. It was those things that were pulling me back. There's a sense of we're very tight crop, and I'm not sure that that's helping either.
Simone, would you like to have a word?
Thank you. I think I'm about middle of the road. I scored 78, which is a good solid bronze. And I think for the qualities of the way it's been printed and the detail there, I could move up to a very early silver at best. But gold means bringing something that that's really innovative, something that we haven't seen before. And a lot of us photograph these in almost exactly the same way, so it's actually quite a common shot. But addressing also the purple hue, they do actually throw an awful lot of colour, these birds, because they're so intense, and it's actually quite difficult to get rid of that purple-blue hue into these, because I photographed them a fair bit. And the luminance, the whites, I mean, the white is so white that I actually can see detail there. I'm not too worried about that. But that's just my take on, I can come up to an early silver, and that's about as high.
And Tony?
We're talking about a discussion for gold. I think it's important to have a chat, and I wouldn't normally mention it, but in the context, look, the beak's not sharp as it could be, and the bobbles, the highlights have blown out. So look, I think if we're having that discussion, we need to be aware of that at that level. The photographer's done exactly what I'd expect them to do for a bird portrait. So look, I've rewarded it with 77. I recognise that. I'm not convinced for gold.
Go ahead, Terry.
Obviously, I'm out on a limb. All right, Jackie, to address the colour around the rim of the bird, they do. They throw out incredible colours. I mean, have you ever been close to a bird like this and turned it around in some good light and actually see the colours that it throws out? You can't tell me that they are false, because, as I say, whatever the light is on these birds, they do throw out different colours. In terms of the blown out parts, yes, I can see that. But I still come back to the pride of this bird, the quality of the detail in it. I would like to at least see it in silver, so come up, guys, a wee bit. I think you're just being a bit too mean on, giving it a bronze. What was it? Anyway.
And
I rest my
judges
case.
rescore.
I'm locked out anyway, aren't I? Yeah.
And well done, we got a silver, 82. And next print, please. And the caption is, a juvenile white-faced heron feeding on a crab. We have a score of 71. Well done. Professional standard, and we're going to accept that. Can we have a comment from someone? Go ahead, Tony.
Look, great getting out there amongst wildlife and giving it a go, and that is a big win. So good on the photographer, and to have that feeding moment is brilliant. A couple of things to bear in mind is the sort of the heavy vignette, a little bit excessive, but also straightening. We can tell with the ripples that it is leaning. So a couple of basics to get right, and I think you'll be going gangbusters.
And can we have a blank screen for a minute? We're just going to have a few judges swap. Jackie, if you have a bit of a break. Kay, we're going to bring you back in. And Terry, awesome job. And we're going to swap you with Steve for a minute. And get yourself logged on in. And next print, please. And this is a Chatham Island shag. And we have a score of 73. Congratulations, that's a high professional standard. And can we have a comment from someone? Simone, thank you.
You've got a lovely image here. I'm just thinking the tonal range is lovely. It's quite correct. I'm thinking maybe just to bring it up to a few more points, just maybe a tiny bit more information about a story could have helped. It just needed something more to almost give it a bit more interest, and maybe even a tighter crop would have helped a bit too. But well done.
And next print, please. And if you're here, make sure you head out to the trade area and check that out. And also head to nzphotoshow.co.nz website and see what events are happening. Book into the vault, go to a studio tour, sign up for a workshop, photo walk or masterclass. Get amongst it. And we have a score of 82. And Tony, you're going to challenge that?
88, and I was tempted to go for gold, but I wasn't convinced of the composition. So I knocked it back to silver distinction for the fact you've got a really highly balanced colour range here in terms of you've got the interplay between the bright and the dark, you've got the red and the green, you've got this sense of place for this ladybird, but you've also got a sense of struggle. The uphill battle, it's sort of this insect, this is its life ahead of it's here, it's only going uphill from here. Yet it's gentle, it's exquisite, it's soft, it's elegant. We understand this is on a flower, it's fitting for where it's supposed to be, it's in situ. I believe we have a really exotic character study of this very, very tiny insect that the photographer has presented us with a high degree of craft.
Steve, please.
Sure, I scored this 78, so I'm almost there. I think it is a lovely image, and I like the idea of its struggle uphill. I did find it a bit awkward, but your story is good about that, Tony. Thank you. I think the thing that pulled me back, the compositionally, it's sharp, very, very sharp on the inset, but then it's sharp again on the edge of the frame, which pulls me out of the image. I wanted it to be a tighter crop, and that would accentuate the battle uphill if it was just more off-centred and slightly angular up there. But I'm not far off Silver. Keep talking.
Simone.
Yeah, I'm middle of the road. I'm at 82. I like that plane of sharpness going up through. I think it actually holds it all together and leads our eye through. And I think the balance of the colours and the restrained use, when you could have gone hard out, it's really hard to get the luminosity of those colours right. And I think the photographer's absolutely nailed that. So that's why I was just reading the assessment guide, and it's definitely brought me up to a distinction there.
And Tony. Back to you.
Look, as I'm talking, I've just seen another quite quirky aspect of this, and that there's almost a maritime thing here with waves crashing, and it's almost like a penguin coming out, but we know it's not. We know it's clearly an insect, but there's actually a very clever reference to other parts of nature. So look, do what you can for the crop. Yeah, you'll make your own concession, but I don't think you should be down there anywhere close to bronzes. I'm silver distinction and do ask you to reward the photographer.
And judges rescore. And congratulations, silver distinction at 86. And next image, please. And we have an initial score of 80. And Steve, you get to challenge this.
Lovely. What a striking image of this bird. I love the strength of the line and where it's placed with the branch, basically ready for flight. Now, talking about decisive moments, this bird is milliseconds away from leaping off there, and the photographer has captured it in perfect detail. I love the strength of the vertical lines through its wings, sort of reflecting that branch as well. I love the crop that just touches the edge of the frame, just a millimetre away from the horizontal branch, which frames the bird perfectly. The colour balance is lovely. The catchlight in the eye is superb. So yeah, silver distinction, I think, is not a big ask.
And Rachel, please.
I'm down at 72. I gave this professional standard. The tightness of the horizontal branch on the edge of the frame there is not working for me, but for it to be in that award range, I would like it to be sharper in the area of the face from the eye forward. It's just, I'm losing it there. I would come into the bronze range, but I wouldn't go silver. Silver distinction.
Tony?
I scored 85, and I think if you're going to ask, and I'm going to channel my inner Terry actually, and if you're going to have a bird pose for you and show its entirety, short of doing it in flight, I think this is a perfect example of it. You've got the whole character from top to tail Again, you've got the details in on those wings with a huge amount of acuity, and I think you can read all those individual feathers and the tones and the colours in that central part of the body. I do think this is an exemplar for the style of bird photography, and as Steve said, it's gone in a moment. I do acknowledge there is, and I've subsequently looking, the sharpness isn't quite as full as we'd hope. So it doesn't have to be a big ask, but I'm with you there, Steve.
And Steve, your right to reply, please.
Thank you. Yeah, I look at its eye and I can see a clear line of reflection of the background. It's so sharp. I feel I could just about cut my finger on its beak. The line pointing out horizontally, it's just touching the edge. It's talking about flight. It's talking about release and going. It's going to leave this frame in the second. That's what the branch, and that's why that crop is there. It's basically saying this bird's ready to go. I think it's exemplary. And yeah, please just come up a couple of points. Join me. Silver distinction.
Nice work. Judges, rescore, please. And well done. Well done. 85, silver distinction. Congratulations. And next print, please. And the caption is, a tiny fungi on a stick of wood taken on a drizzly day. And we have a score of 75. Congratulations, a bronze award. Comment from someone? Kay, thank you.
I love the luminescence of the little objects. What I would have possibly done, I think there's a heaviness up the top and to the side, which I would have possibly cropped out just to bring a little bit more luminance into the background.
Awesome, thank you. Next print, please. And a score of 75, bronze award. Congratulations. And a comment from someone? Rachel, thank you.
This is a really lovely, unique capture. I think it would have been stronger if you potentially looked at where the sharp details are. There's a lot of detail in the bottom which potentially you don't need, so maybe a slightly different crop or a bit more sharpness on the main subject would have elevated it for me.
Thank you. Next print, please. And this one's a camouflaged forest friend, Mokupura Aku, a forest gecko photographed while out tramping in Whareneki Forest in New Zealand. We have an initial score of 80. And Rachel's going to challenge that.
I gave this 86 silver distinction. Seeing these guys in the bush tramping is incredibly special and not easy to do. But the capture here, I think it's a beautiful environmental portrait of something that we just don't get the opportunity to photograph very often at all. I think it's sharp in all of the right places. The framing is really beautifully done to accentuate the eye as the eye detail is just wonderful. So I think it's well worthy of distinction.
Tony, please. Thank you.
77. Look, totally agree that to see these creatures in the wild, you have a lizard here that's sort of evolving out of the sort of the leaf litter, and I think to show that sense of place is absolutely brilliant, and the camouflage and the likes there. I didn't score it higher for the fact that the sort of that void in the upper left is taking me away with the leaf, the soft leaf in the upper right. Sort of, I think the balance is a bit wrong. And like, I totally get it. It's tough because you're dealing with nature and you can't pose these things. But I do wonder if a view slightly lower to the right may have just changed the dynamics of composition to allow for that to be a bit more settled.
Go, Kay. Sorry.
Yeah, I scored this 83. I thought this was a beautifully captured piece, Gecko. The placement of the leaves, there's so many leading lines leading into this, the gecko, but it's camouflage. It's actually hard to see, which is what it's all about. So I've scored it in silver for that very reason, that I love the leading lines. I love the crop the way it's been captured, and the way it blends into its environment.
And go, Rachel.
Yeah, I don't have a problem with the background leaves. I find that the tones in the actual gecko itself and the camouflage is quite enough to just keep bringing me back in. And the composition with the eye, that beautiful detailed eye right in the middle of the frame, I'm not losing it. It's holding me right in there, and I think that it's been placed in that position very intentionally. A different stance or shooting angle wouldn't give us that, and so that, yeah, very, very, very keen for a distinction here.
Good chat. And can we have a rescore, please? And 82, a silver award. Thank you. And next print, please. And this one's a white heron. And we have an initial score of 77, and Steve's going to run with this one.
Fly with this one. It's like a sense of place, and I love the stillness of the background, how there's not a ripple except for what the heron has made. I love the reflection of the heron, which basically, it can see exactly that there's a lovely S that's reflected. The marsh grass just gives it more of an anchor, a sense of place. I love the colour palette of this, and I find it's really sharp. It's a decisive moment. There's a drop there which is frozen in time. The ripple is perfectly caught and captured. The crop works for me.
Kay, please.
I scored the 73 in professional standard. I love the left side of the image in terms of what's happening with the little droplets of water coming out of its mouth from what it's caught. But the right-hand side to me is just being overlaid on the subject a little bit too much, and it's not. I would love to see a little bit more isolation of the subject against its environment.
76, so bronze for same reasons for both you. I think the moment with the feeding and the tilt of the head is very clever, and I acknowledge that, so well done. I think there's a photo within a photo within a photo here. There's probably several ways we can crop this, and I'm not convinced that this is perhaps the most appropriate. The whole left side of the frame that you enjoy, Kay, I'm finding an unnecessary distraction. I like the voyeuristic attempt to sort of view nature from afar, looking through the reeds, but I think it's only in the right-hand side of the picture. So I'm a bit confused as to the approach and the use of visual space and dynamics to go with that.
And Steve, back to you.
Great, thank you. Yes, I agree that there is, it's obscured slightly, and I saw that. Obviously, for me, it's hunting, it's prey, it's stalking, and the idea is it's just come out, it's waiting on the edge, slightly obscured, ready to pounce. I think what I want to reward the photographer for is the perfect timing, like to capture that the moment it's just caught that fish, tilted its head, they've caught that beautiful reflected shape and the ripple and the drop. So I think it's more than just a bronze for me. I think it is, the palette, the timing deserves a silver. You can't come to silver distinction, then just come up a couple to silver for me.
And rescore. And we ended up with 78, a bronze award. Congratulations. And can we have a blank screen? We're just going to do some judge swapping to keep everyone fresh. Tony, you've done awesome. Craig, can you come in, please? And Simone, you can go and have a break. And Jackie can come in. And also Rachel and Tracy, please. Right, all signed in, and next print, please. And don't forget to join us tonight for the Iris Awards wrap party. Thanks to Iris Awards major sponsor Sony. It's a great way to celebrate the end of 2023 judging, and it includes live announcement of the 2023 category finalists. So if you're not here, you are missing out on some fun. So make sure you either get down here or come back next year. And we have a silver award, a score of 80. Congratulations. And Steve, thank you for your comment.
That's a lovely capture of P Waka Waka. It's just, everything is stunning about this image. Just a couple of things that distracted the eyes. Seems to be like a little bit of a purple tint to the colour hue. And I think there's the log out behind the P Waka Waka and they're onto the left. I think they're probably within limits of dealing with a bit more. Yeah, lovely image.
Thank you. And next print, please. And we have an initial score of 75. And Steve is going to challenge that.
I really want to talk about this image because I'm a bit confused about it, but it's very striking. You know, it grabs you. We all want to get in there. The background is perfectly flat. I want people to talk about it and tell me what's going on. I think it's a reptile. It's hanging upside down from something. How did they do this? It asks so many questions of me. I think it's more than a bronze. I think it's something exceptional, but I just need more information. Maybe, yeah, I'd love to hear what you guys think.
Tracy?
I was at the other end, I was on 69. I could see some reptile type elements in the tail and the legs, but I couldn't work out what it was, and so it brought it back to a pure graphic quality, and as a graphic it didn't stack up compositionally or any other way for me to really excite me to take it into anything else. So I couldn't see it as a nature image, and I struggled as a graphic image. So if somebody can explain it, I'm happy to listen.
Kay, did you?
Yeah, I scored it 78. I scored it in the bronze because I felt that it was actually a really intriguing image. But I kept it there. I've kept it there because it does not provide that sense of place within nature, as Tracy's already alluded to. Colour palette is beautiful. It's possibly a gecko of some sort, but what it's on, whether it's on water or glass, whatever, creating a shadow, I'm not sure. So I think that's really important in this category to provide some sort of reference to what it is and where it is.
Yeah, Jackie here, and I scored at 78 as well because of the shape of the black head of the creature, perhaps being so obscured that we can't quite work out what it was. If there was a little bit more of a lovely bit more of a detail of what it was, I think it would have been up there. But it's just, that's the obscurity that took me away. I did love that. It's kind of rip into another kind of black universe, but perhaps it needs to be in another category that can celebrate that kind of idea.
And back to you, Steve.
Thank you for your comments. No, I think it's in exactly the right category. It is obviously something from nature. You can't deny that. But we're not doing natural history here. We don't have to tell a story of where it is placed and anything about its lifestyle. All we need to know is that it is a natural object, and it is. We can't deny it. And then it comes down to whether or not it's graphical enough for us to award, or if it's distinct enough. And I think the fact that we all keep on going back to it and we're drawn to it, I think it is undeniable that there is a graphic component that is attracting us to this and is asking us questions. So it's communicating with us. We don't know what it's saying. We know it's a reptile of some description, and it's the orange contrast to the blue background with the black silhouette. I think it's really striking. I think just a couple more points up into a silver, not asking silver distinction, just come up a couple with me, please.
And rescore, please, judges. And we've landed on 77, a solid bronze award. Congratulations. And next print, please. And the caption is a close-up shot of a textured forest mushroom. And we have an initial score of 77, and Craig is going to challenge it.
Yeah, I'm on 84 on this one. I just think that the light on this is stunning, and the amount of texture that you get from that, and the way that you come up from that lighter area at the bottom into all of those textures, those lines, those spots, and then the paper choice on this really enhances that and gives it a 3D quality. I feel like I can reach in and touch this. Yeah, so I think we should be talking up into silvers here.
And Jackie, can I have a comment from you, please?
I scored at 70. I feel it's overlit. It's showing me what this object looks like, and there's a lovely spider in there. There's other little takeaways, but I think it was overlit, and it's not making me feel it. It's just that's part of it, and there seems to be a bit of a colour hue, a pinky sort of magenta-y, orangey sort of hue that's gone through there. That's why I was on 70.
I scored this 72. Yeah, I felt the same sort of thing as Jackie, though it's just too bright on the stem and it's overlit. I feel like the interest is on the top with all of those textures, Craig. I just wonder if a tighter crop would have been a lot more complementary to the subject.
And back to you, Craig.
Okay, it sounds like I might be out on my own on this one a little bit, but I think just in terms of the hues, mushrooms can be all kinds of different colours. The areas of brightness can be to attract things to certain parts of it as well, and yeah, I just really enjoyed it for those reasons.
And rescore, please, judges. And well done, 78, a bronze award. And next image, please.
Thank you, judges. We have an initial score of 81, which is a silver award, and we will accept that. Thank you. Thank you, Craig. Yeah. Oh, you can, sorry.
I'm going to challenge this one again. I'm in distinction range 86 here. This is an extremely difficult species to photograph. They live in the darker parts of the forest. It's been captured beautifully sharply, and I get that feeling and emotion from that darkness that it's peeking out, and it's just got that light hitting the face and the eyes there with a beautiful catch light. So I think it's been really well handled. It's a difficult thing to do, and I just think that the photographer should be rewarded for creating this piece in such difficult situation.
Thank you, Tracy.
I scored this 80. I got up there and I absolutely loved the post-production on this little bird. It has a painterly quality and it has an intimacy that's absolutely gorgeous and very befitting of a silver. What held me back from going to distinction was the brightness of that branch behind its head. It just merged with its head and looked like it was growing out of the top of it, and it really upset me because I really wanted to go higher with this. I really, really did, but that just held me back, unfortunately.
Sorry, judges, there is a caption. It's a female South Island rifleman, Titipunamu. Okay, thank you.
I scored 82, and I'm contemplating moving up because I think this is, excuse me, this is an absolutely stunning portrait. It's a formal portrait of the subject. It is a subject that is so hard to capture. The tonal ranges, the colour palette has been handled exquisitely. Yes, there is a slight highlight area that could have been darkened down a little bit above its head, but if that had maybe been attended to, it would have been going even higher. I think it's absolutely stunning, and I'm going to be coming up.
Thank you, Craig. Oh, sorry, Steve.
I'll just let you know, I scored too stingy. I was 78. I was thinking silver. I was distracted by that top. But there's enough separation from the head and that top triangle to clearly see the bird and identify it. And it is exceptionally beautiful palette. So I'll be going up to silver distinction.
Thank you, Craig.
Yeah, it sounds like we're there, I think. So for me, I think, Tracy, you said it best, intimate. This is an intimate portrait of this bird. So yeah, let's get it to distinction.
Thank you, judges. 86, silver distinction. And can we have the next image, please? There's no caption for this image. Thank you. We have an initial score of 86, silver distinction, and we have Craig challenging.
I'm on 92. This is absolutely exquisite. How do you make a jellyfish more jelly-like? you've got all these ripples that add so much. The orange and teal colour palette is just stunning. The print is beautiful. There's some highlights that have been really well handled in this. There's some bright spots, but they are all detailed, and I just think it's really, really stunning.
Thank you, Steve.
Yeah, I'm very close. I'm at 86, and for the same reasons that Craig mentioned, there's the cookie for me is that as soon as I looked at it, there's a face, and I know it's pareidolia and it's not really a face, but I see it looking, and it's like the man in the moon face. It's so quizzical and just adds real character to this and emotion.
Can we hear from Jackie or Kay just at the other end? Thank you.
I'm in the silver range. I'm listening. You know, it has impact and it has emotion. But I guess I was sucked in with that really those deep blacks, wanting a little bit more of. But I can sort of get that sort of inkiness. I'm a listener here, so.
Kay?
I scored 83 and I was very, very stingy. I just in response to what Jackie said about the deep blacks, there's actually colour in every single area of those darker areas. There is detail down the bottom if you really look closely. The paper choice has actually been really beautifully decided on, because it really brings a sharpness and a softness at the same time to the image. The subject is beautifully placed within the frame, and yeah, the colour palette is exquisite.
Tracy?
I gave this an 86, and I think I was stingy. I love the fact that this jellyfish is not, the tentacles aren't hanging down, which is what we normally see. We have this weighted red sinking into that darkness, and I think that gives us a flow and a tension that is just beautiful. So I'll be coming up.
Thank you, Craig.
The more I sit with this, the more I feel like I've been stingy. The composition is so strong, that diagonal, that falling down into that darkness, it's going into the abyss. And even though it's very dark, as has been said already, there's colour there. Those lines and ripples in that triangular shape on the right-hand side, which are completely at contrast with the rippliness and the circular textures on the actual jellyfish. Like, this is just fine art nature imagery at its best, I think, and I wish I'd have been braver and put it into the distinction range. I can't change my score, but if you guys feel that you could, then let's see how high we can get this.
Thank you, judges. Please rescore. And we have a 94 strong gold. Thank you. Can we have the next image, please? No caption for this image. Oh, sorry, this one come up. It's a Buller's mollyhawk in Tāroa. And we have an initial score of 78, bronze award, and Steve would like to challenge that.
The laser focus of this eye through his beak, that eye alone to me is just so striking, and it's circled with a little semicircle of of white just to make it really pop out. It's all about that eye and that beak, and it's on the hunt. Now, for the photographer to capture that sharpness mid-flight and to get the wing just soft and the background beautifully, the depth of field is just so accurate with this. Bird mid-flight, lovely palette. I love the shape of the water and the place, the setting. I think it's really well framed with the wing. I gave it an 87. I'm not sure if I said that. So, yeah, easy to come up to a silver. I'd love to see it in silver distinction.
Jackie, thank you.
I scored at 72, and I think it's called eye focus motor drive. Take hundreds of photographs as the bird's flying by. You know, look, that is kind of the process of shooting birds, I believe, and for me that wing is not helping. It's sort of in the way, and I can see it's flying. It has to be flying, but there's no sense of flight because of all those things coming together. The background, it's of the waves looking down at it, and it'd be there's not going anywhere because I can't see the horizon. We're not lower, or I think there were some unfortunate compromises that didn't take it into that silver range for me.
Craig?
I scored this 78, and I think I'd be happy to come up, Steve. I think, Jackie, when you're looking at a bird like this, they're birds that glide very close to the water and in between some really high swells very often as well. So not seeing any context of anything other than water behind doesn't really worry me. I think what held me back originally is that you see images of albatross species and mollymawk species in flight quite often like this, but the more I sit with it, I don't think I've seen one quite like this, at this angle with the wing kind of leading right up to the body and framing the face like this. So yeah, I think I'm going to come up.
Tracy?
I gave this a 78 as well. I really enjoyed the fact that the viewer was at a bird's eye level. You feel like you're flying beside this bird. You're not above it, you're not below it, you're right there with it. I love the way that there's that little bit of separation between the beak and the wing. But what kept it down for me was the treatment of the white in the ocean behind. It's just overpowering, and there's too much, and I just get lost in that. I would love to have seen a much softer background that I could just focus on that bird.
Thank you, Steve.
Yeah, thank you for your comments, judges. For me, it's the face. I can't stop looking at it. The eye draws me in, and this is determination. This is survival. This is an apex predator ready to pounce on its next meal. And I love the focus in it. I love the beak leading into the eye. It captures me and holds me there. The wing, I just think, yeah, you're flying alongside this bird. It's your partner, mate, whatever, and you're cruising around trying to find the next meal. I think there is so much going for it that it's worth coming up. Just a couple of points. Come up to silver with me. The whites in the background, yeah, a little bit muddy. Couple of faults with it, absolutely. But to a silver, yeah, let's just pop there.
Thank you, judges. Please rescore. And we have an 80 silver. Can we get the next print, please?
Curious trio, these three juvenile fur seals watch closely from their rocky resting spot. And we have a score of 72, professional standard, and a comment from someone. Go ahead, thank you, Kay.
Yeah, I think just moving slightly to the right to get the full face of the otter poking its head out, seal, sorry, poking its head out of the, on the right-hand side. Just watch the vignetting a little bit hard, and the blue in the background tends to be a little bit distracting. Maybe just altering the tone of that slightly.
Thank you. Next print, please. A taiaho sits upon a koro underneath a curtain of fern fronds. And we have initial score of 81. And we're going to accept that. Congratulations, a silver award. And a comment from someone? Go, Craig.
Yeah, I think the bottom half of this image is really stunning, and I just wish that the crop came down. I don't think you need those 3 fronds at the top. They just pull my eye up and out of this really stunning koru and silver eye here.
Thank you. Next print, please. And just while you're waiting, just reminding, we were sponsored by Sony, thank you very much, in the nature category. And we have an initial score of 81, and Steve is going to challenge that. Go for it.
I scored this 86. I think the thing that really made it absolutely go up into the next level for me was the eye of the mother, the green circle of the eye, and then the matting, which just so draws me into her eye. The matting work, the crop works, pulls me in. Then I see her and go down her body and see obviously the chick on her back. I love the reflections and the palette's carried through into the background of her front. I think the highlights are really well controlled, and it's pinpoint sharp where it needs to be. Beautiful portrait of mother and child.
And Jackie, can I have a comment from you, please?
Yeah, I didn't bring this. I'm very close to being in a bronze area, but not on 72. I really didn't like the round circle. I couldn't. It's a very minimalistic photograph, and I can enjoy that, and I know where to look. But there was nothing beyond that detail, and there was no sort of emotion being brought to the lighting. It's very, just flat. The direction of light is a great big umbrella over the top. There's no drama or darkening of the background to make it pop out. It was quite all the tones are very mid-tony. I can be talked up into bronze, but not a higher silver.
Anyone else? Back to you, Steve.
I'm glad you're coming up, Jackie. That's great, because I think it is a beautiful piece. If you have a look closely at the eye, and then it just and then come back out to the crop, it just keeps on pulling you in and out of the image. I think there's enough contrast to show. Well, I think it's a gentle palette, but it's showing motherhood. It's showing nurturing and kindness, gentleness. We're already in a silver. Let's just nudge it up a few more points. It might be just a bit of a stretch for some of you, but I think it's a beautiful portrait.
Thank you, Steve. And judges rescore. And it ended on 83. Congratulations, a silver award. And can we just have a blank screen? We're just going to have a few switches. Terry, can you come in for Kay, please? And Tony, can you come in for Steve? Thank you, team. Great job. And once you're all logged in, we'll... Next print, please. And just a reminder to keep all our comments nice and short and sharp. My bad. An ultra macro image of a tiny 3 mil high slime mould and not common to New Zealand. And we have a score of 76, a bronze award. Congratulations. Comment from someone? Craig?
I think you've done a really nice job of photographing this. It's definitely not easy to do. The out of focus areas at the very back have got some diffraction and colour separation in them, and I find that the highlight underneath in the middle there is a little bit distracting, and maybe pulling that down would have helped to focus on those balls with the little circles in them.
And next print, please. A ladybird eating some aphid while more of them, dessert perhaps, watch on. And while we're waiting for the judges, if you're here, go out and see some of the team. We've got Canon here, Tom, Jeff, Joseph and Ol. Please drop into Canon and they'll check your gear and apply the latest firmware. And we have an initial score of 80. And that's a silver award. And we're going to accept that. Well done. Congratulations. Can I have a comment from someone? Thank you, Jackie.
Yes, I think it would go into a higher scoring range if there was just the depth of field was a little bit deeper, just a little bit more. That's about it.
And next print, please. White-fronted terns, before laying, the male courtship feeds the female, presenting a small fish to her. And we have a score of 86, a silver distinction. And where's Tony? Oh, there you are.
I'm right here.
Oh, so you're right there. Tony, would you like to challenge us?
91. Look, I first saw this with a little bit unsure, but once I looked at it, the bit that really got me from going from a silver distinction to gold was look at that shadow on the wing. You've got that fish in the beak mirrored on the wing that really accentuates that this is the feeding between, I'm guessing, these two adults, with this other bird hovering in behind that's almost coming in for the grab for its lunch. And I think you've got everything going on within a colony here. You've got the courtship and the mating and the kind of the birds of the union. You've got the feeding. You've got the sort of the harsh reality of someone coming along to flog your next meal. The printing, there's nothing I'd do different in terms of it's been exceptionally well handled. It's technically exquisite. The circle adds to the fact the evolution of life and getting your feed, getting it stolen. Beautiful, beautiful work. Top of the game for this category.
Tracy, please.
Sorry, I was way out. I'm on 73. I just found there wasn't enough separation between the two birds in the foreground and the birds behind. I struggled with the flatness of the palette, and I know that is what it is. But also the two birds in the front, the eyes are so black, you just almost can't see any detail in there. And I wanted to see something more in there. To bring it up, and I'm not, it didn't, the birds on the outside edge were so close to the edge as well of the circle that they were drawing my eye out. It just became a little messy for me, but I'll listen.
I've just been requested to reread the caption, and they're white-fronted terns. Before laying, the male courtship feeds the female, presenting her some fish to her. Presenting small fish to her. Craig.
Yeah, I scored this 84, and again, I'm glad that we've got to sit with this. I think at first I wasn't quite sure about the light and how harsh it looked and things like that, but the more I sit here, I like that focus fall off, and that guy in the back there is obviously going to come in and swoop and try and do a different courtship display. But the focus, to me, it kind of feels like one of those things in the museum, where you've got the stuffed birds and then the background's all painted in like a natural scene. And so that focus fall off, I think, is quite creative and quite clever. And I think because of the muted colour palette, I get that kind of feel from it as well.
Jackie?
Yeah, I was on 88. I'm happy to come up to that, into that gold range. The silveriness of that little fish in there is what pulls my eye, and I wasn't even looking for eyes because it was all about tradition and dance and ceremony and that bird coming in. Yeah.
Anyone else, or it's back to Tony?
Thank you, team. First thing to address is the lack of detail in the eyes. You're never going to get it. This is the nature of this bird. It's the species. The eye is covered. So you're wanting something that we're not going to get in this colony. So look, I wouldn't worry about that, because I think in fairness to the photographer, that is what it is. So we can't wish for something beyond that. The tonal separation, you do have that with the black of the crest of the head. So we do get that separating from the grey. But the reality is, again, you're not going to get it differently because that is the location. It is a foreshore type grey environment. So that's just reality of this species, this place at this time. So if you see beyond that, I think the clever aspect of this that the photographer has brought is the sense of occasion, the intimacy between these two birds and mirrored on the wing. And you've got that sense of replication that is really important, that if the bird's wing wasn't there, if the photographer view wasn't there, the timing wasn't there, you wouldn't have that. So it's a really strong clincher. Add to that the sense of vulnerability. You've got sort of the essence of nature wrapped up here, and this is life in the bird lane. You've got this other one swooping in where there's this constant threat. So all those things combined, very, very clever. If you can't have it in your heart to go beyond a silver distinction at least, but I'm urging gold.
Judges rescore. And well done, 90, a gold award. And next print, please. Decomposing leaves, aka leaf skeletons, are rare, delicate, and beautiful. And we have an initial score of 77, a bronze award. Congratulations, well done. And a comment? Comment from someone? Tony, thank you.
Look, I love the fragility that's been captured here and the various stages of decomposition. I'm not too sure I understand that it's so rare, so look, just take a little bit of care with the captioning.
And next print, please. Tuatara textures. This male tuatara is shedding its skin, photographed in the wild on Takapura Wera. And we have a score of 73. And you want to challenge?
Yeah, I will.
Go, Craig.
I'm at 78. I think this is deserving of an award. It feels almost like a mountainous landscape, and I really appreciate the details in this. So yeah, let's have a little chat.
Can I have a comment from Jackie, please?
I scored this 70. The image for me is all up on the left-hand side where the spines are, and that's a repetition of shape. The biggest part of the image is out of focus and soft and lacks contrast, and it's distracting me away from those elements. That's the reason why I was on that score.
Would anyone else like to chat? Back to you, Craig.
Yeah, if it was more contrasty, if there was more depth of field, I would be going much higher. Yeah, let's just rescore.
And landed on the same score, 73, high professional standard. Well done. Next, print, please. We have an initial score of a silver distinction, 87, and Craig, go right ahead.
92. This is just absolutely joyful. It's got bags of impact. The flower behind that replicates the colours of this monarch, which are visible through the chrysalis because it's really close to emerging. I think it's really beautiful, and yeah, let's have a chat about this one.
Tracy, please.
I scored this 82. I found the colours in the background absolutely stunning, and as I walked up I thought, oh, you don't often see a chrysalis photo that's this exciting, and I got all excited. I saw all that beautiful detail down the outside edge with all the, you know, the flowers in it, and I was really excited. But the whole centre's not sharp, and for something this still, you could have easily focus stacked. You could have easily got in there and got that magnificent detail. I would have gone to gold if that was the case. I just felt let down a bit by the middle of it. So I thought it was a good silver, but I was struggling. But I'll listen.
Terry.
My score was 88, and I should have gone higher. I wish I had. It's delightful. I know. It's delightful. I just love everything about it, actually. I mean, yeah, I can see there is a little bit of out of focus in the middle there, but I think it's being picky overall. I love the droplets. The droplets reflect flowers for people at home, and just to give you a little bit of detail, a lot of the droplets are actually reflecting or have a whole flower inside them, which is reflecting another part of the plant that the chrysalis is hanging from, which is just absolutely gorgeous. It's pictures within pictures. Then you've got this beautiful soft background, the sweep of the leaf coming in. It's been beautifully designed, beautifully captured, and I'm certainly going up to gold. Thank you.
Go, Jackie.
So I'm on 86, and I don't think I will be going to gold for the reasons that I feel it's a kind of studio lighting that's bringing that big reflector in there and taking away some of the naturalness of it being in a natural place. You know, I feel the flower has been positioned behind to do what it's meant to do very well, and that's where I put it in the silver distinction range. But to go to gold, I feel like I want a little bit more subtlety of light and allow the imagination and emotion to go there into this growth instead of it being so obvious in a kind of way.
And Craig.
Okay. So to address the sharpness, yes, it is a little bit softer at the front. I'm not worried about that too much at all, because it kind of replicates the background as well in terms of the colours you see on the wings of the butterfly. The edges where those droplets are and those reflections of those flowers is where the sharpness is. In terms of lighting, why wouldn't you create your own light? This is kind of nature, but pop art, and it adds impact. I think that a butterfly is a bold, bright, colourful creature. The flower behind is the same, and if you'd have treated this delicately and softly, you would lose that impact. Yeah, I think... What else did I write in my notes? I think that's probably it. I think that, you know, you've got really nice textures through here on those edges. I think it's definitely deserving of that gold.
And judges rescore, please. And it's ended up on 89, and we'll need to do a review. So judges, either 89 or 90, please. And a silver distinction. Congratulations. Next print, please. And if you're here, don't forget to go out to the trade stands. We've got CRK in Ilford with Jared, Mark and Rach. They've got 20% off Ilford paper. Race to the stand and snap up one of the last 5. And if you're out there and you've got a device that's running a bit flat, they also have an awesome charging station, and it's right next to the coffee cart. And we have an initial score of 84, and Craig is going to challenge it. Go for it.
I'm a 92 again. This is so clever, and there are some details in this that are really easy to miss. If you look at every single one of these images, they have been taken at the same kind of angle. The wood grain in the background is in the same direction in every single image, including that one spider that, you know, that one image where this spider's decided to do a little circle on itself and dance around a little bit, which I also love, that one that's upside down that's different from the others. So the photographer here has been very precise about how this layout has been decided. I think that there's a lot of detail in here. Each one has got its own intricacies and differences, and I think it's really really fascinating, really cleverly done, and I would love to talk some more about it.
Tracy.
I gave this an 80 for its graphic content, but they have taken about 3 photographs of these spiders and just replicated them over and over again. They haven't taken lots of different photographs. It's the same photo. Well, about 3 photos that have been replicated, and there's only one that's different. And that one that's different, I was looking for something clever. Maybe it was walking out of the circle or doing something, but it's not actually a good photo. I was kind of let down by the last one. I wanted it to be as clever as the rest of the picture, but I think it was worthy of a silver. It's a different idea, but I don't think they've quite gone to the effort that would take it to a higher level for me.
Terry.
Yeah, I gave this an 81. I didn't go any. I gave it an 81 for purely for its graphic feel. I think spiders are scary creatures. Not that I'm arachnid phobic, but yeah, I just love the direction of the legs and but then I looked at the duplication of each one. In particular, I mean, season just 2 on the top right, and they're pretty well identical. So I just wanted more. And I wanted the spider to do something. I was trying to look for something it was eating or some sort of activity. So I'm pretty happy on 81.
And Craig.
I totally missed the replication, so yeah, that is a little bit disappointing. I think the design and the layout is still very clever, and yeah, let's just rescore it.
Out, it's coming. And rescore of 83, a silver award. Congratulations. And next print, please. And no caption. And we have an initial score of 75, a bronze award. And Terry, you'd like to challenge? Go ahead.
Yeah, I might be out on a limb here. There's something about this. I mean, yes, these leaves are quite common. I particularly like the one this one's been handled though, because to me it describes its life cycle very, very well. If you look, I mean, first of all, it's very sharp. There's lots of veins in one of these leaves, and it's all about life. It's all about nutrients, and it's all about decay. This image actually captures that really, really well. If you look, there are areas where there are no little pockets of leaf left. There are other areas that have a little bit or varying amounts of leaf left in them, or substance matter, if you like. So the whole thing, to me, is about that fragility of life, but it's also the direction of life. There's, the way that the photographer has caught the veins of this, and then the sub-veins and the smaller veins, and it goes smaller and smaller and smaller. And it's just captured my imagination, and I put it into the silver range for those reasons. I'd like to hear some other comments.
Tracy.
I gave this a 70. The veins going from larger to smaller was part of the reason why I didn't, because I'm asking what did the photographer bring to this, and the photographer didn't bring the veins going from larger to smaller. Nature did. It just feels like a documented shot. They've got above it and they've gone click. I'm just not seeing anything extra brought to it, and even the lighting just feels a bit flat and a bit dull. I wasn't excited by it, I'm afraid. Sorry.
Tony.
78, and I have a different interpretation that's may help somewhat. It's almost an aerial shot. This could be a cityscape, the Mekong and rice paddies, or the Nile with suburbs of Cairo. Like, there's actually quite a clever interplay that is transcending the obvious, which is the decaying leaf.
And back to you, Terry.
Obviously, a bit of a line, but I like Tony's comments, transcending the obvious. And I guess I rest my case. That's the way I feel. I feel as though it should be in the silver range, at least in a decent bronze range. Okay, guys?
And just push enter, Terry. That's right. It's out to get you, don't worry. It's a computer system. All computer systems are out to get us. There we go. And we ended up with a 77. Congratulations, a bronze award. And next image, please. And thanks to CRK for the Ilford colour viewing lamps that we're using all through the venue so we can see these gorgeous prints. And I believe they have some on sale if you need them. And we have a score of 73, high professional standard. And can we have a comment?
For me, it's a cropping. I think if the bird's face had been brought up large, those eyes and the beak, the sharpness of the beak would have carried a lot more punch for me.
Thank you, Terry. Next image, please. Comet Leonard, New Year's Day 22, as it approaches its closest point to our sun. And we have an initial score of 78. And a final score of 78, a bronze award. Congratulations. And next print, please. Oh, sorry, comment, my bad. Go, Terry.
I'll try. I think I would have gone for a much more of a matte look and very, very flat look on the paper choice. I think it would have helped quite a lot. Just looking at these lights, there's a lot of sheen on it, and it just destroyed it for me.
Thank you, Terry. Next print, please. Apparently it's got some dust on it. Are we able to sort that? It's off. And if you shoot Sony, go and see Aaron and Kevin at the Sony trade stand and with your Sony kit, and they will do some firmware updates for you and some sensor cleaning for Sony cameras, obviously. And they're also running a Sony Tough Card giveaway. So stop at the stand, complete a survey, and be in the draw to win. And we have an initial score of 81. And Tony's going to challenge.
Wow, I'm 91. Look, I'm going to give you some words, and I want you to look hard and look carefully. Beautiful, soothing, intriguing, abstract art. This is beyond just purely nature. This is something I believe is a pine needle. I don't quite know how it's suspended. It doesn't worry me. I think to have this is so unique and unusual, it deserves some recognition. Granted, there's a nick in the top on that potential hill line. I see that as being something to note, and that's why I haven't gone higher. But other than that, the simplicity and the elegance with that lovely gradation of colour. Let's have a chat.
Go ahead, Jackie.
So I was on 72. So I need a bit of understanding here. It was the relationship between, yes, I can see the pine needle, but that intensity of that blue was dominating for me and taking my eye away from the other elements to create the balance and harmony that you're feeling. I'm happy to keep listening and raise my score.
Terry.
Yeah, I think it's probably light on my score here. I did score it at 81, so I put it into the silver category. I think it's stunning. I'd like to, I guess if I cropped the little cloud out at the top, I would have gone higher. Just my opinion. But this in itself, it is a pine needle. It's a pine needle. And again, it's a small part of a bigger thing, and the fact that it's by itself gives it a lot of clout, because pine needles don't get recognized very often. You know, a forest floor has got billions of them, billions, and this one has been selected, as a hero. And so, as I say, I would have gone higher if it hadn't been the cloud. If someone could talk me through the cloud, I'll raise my score at least to a distinction.
Go ahead, Craig.
Okay. I scored at 78. I was a little bit reserved there. I'm definitely coming up. I thought that the gradation of colour has just been brought to the point where I can start to see a little bit of banding coming in. However, what I saw in this was two things. I think, Terry, that top part is an important part of what I saw, because I kind of see a thermal image here with the toning and the extremes of colour and the blues and the warms in that cloud thing at the top. So that's what I saw. And I think it has a really Japanese feel too. Something about it is kind of inky and Japanese. So I'm definitely happy to come up. I'm not quite sure whether I'm in gold yet, but I'm definitely coming up into high silvers.
Anybody else? Back to Tony then.
Look, the discussion's what makes this important, in that you're going to score what it is because it's a highly interpretive piece. So, look, do what you can. For those that are in the lower and the bronze, look, I think you need to go a bit higher just to give recognition to the originality. And if you look at our score sheet, that is something that's really important at that higher level. And I do think that's worthy of recognition. So look, Terry's dead right. We don't often champion pine needles. I think this is something in a category. It is as simple as, it's like a stone. But the photographer has made a really special effort to present it to something that's not a big lion roaring or the obvious. Really, really well done. I'm 91. See what you can do, team.
And rescore judges, please. And you got to a silver distinction. Congratulations, 87. Can we have a blank screen for a second? We're just going to give these poor judges a bit of a break. Steve, can you come in for Craig? You've done a great job. Simone, can you come in for Jackie? Thank you. And Rachel, can you come in for Tracy? Get yourself logged in quick as you can so we can get going again. Right, next print, please. Well, one would assume. And we have a bronze award. Congratulations, 75. Can I have a comment from someone? Tony.
Hey team, brave matting. I had to do a wee check with the panel to see if it was the right way, and they assured me it was. So look, that was quite funky, wasn't it?
And next print, please. Look into the eye of this male tuatara, photographed in the wild on Takapaweri Stevens Island. Yeah, they would just want something. What did you want, Simon? And we have a score of 80, a silver award. Congratulations. Can I have a comment? Thank you, Steve.
It's a beautiful portrait of tuatara. I love the intensity of the eye. I'd already stared into its eye before I heard the caption, and that's exactly what I did. I love the little red speck above its eye as well, just really accentuated it. I just watched the vignette, it just feels a bit heavy around the edges.
And thank you. Next print, please. And this one's called Roosting Shorebirds. And if you're here in the building, don't forget the print exhibition is out in the foyer, but also behind our judging room 3. Go and make sure you check it out. That's where they are. They're all behind us and they're looking very, very awesome. And we have an initial score of 85. And we have a challenge from Steve.
Oh, this is an exceptional image. I've given it 96. The matting and the crop just make this and take it to the next level. Pulls you in. There's no end to it. You know that wherever you look, it's just going to keep on going to almost to infinity either side of you with these birds. They're pinpoint sharp. Each one is a character in itself. I love the palette. I love the light blue. Just the top line where you've got the sea going off. You know it's going to go forever. It really struck me. As soon as I saw it, I thought this has got the evocative, emotive qualities that you want with the gold. Tell me why not.
Rachel.
Scored this 80, so I am actually really pleased that it's gone into silver distinction because I was a bit mean there. But I do find that there are some quite bright highlights throughout the background in the reflections of the water between the birds that just pull me. I'm happy with silver distinction. I can't see gold, but I'm listening very carefully.
Tony.
A couple of things to add different. The image works up close and further back, and I'll tell you the two different things I've seen. Further back, there's almost sort of like the receding mountain type thing where there's a sort of gradation, and particularly in the bottom half of the image, I think it's well funky. There's also one bird that's not looking the same way as the rest of them. So my challenge is for you, if you haven't seen it yet, you find it. So that is the wee clincher that they're all reclined to their rear, except for one. I'll give you a hint, it's on the right-hand side, down the bottom. So there's one bird that's Where's Wally?
Go ahead, Terry.
Okay, I'm going to come up. There are a lot of things I really, really like about this. It isn't pin sharp right through, though, and I guess that's something that I was questioning in my mind, is that why wasn't it pin sharp all the way through? Because the potential, I would have thought, would have been to have gotten it sharp all the way through from that sort of distance. So that's the one thing that actually drew me back. Otherwise, it would have actually been in gold. So if someone can sort of lead me through that as to whether I'm missing some sort of a technical point or something. But I'm definitely coming up to distinction. I love the noise about it. I mean, you can virtually hear these birds, and I do appreciate very much the crop. It is superbly done, so yeah.
Simone?
Yeah, I had this at 81, which is a silver, and I do feel like it's being a bit mean there too, so I definitely can get to distinction. I'm struggling with the gold. I'll tell you the negative first, because I don't see the outstanding level of imagination and creativity in that, so that's where I can't get it to gold. But when it comes to the colour palette, and I really like and also that extra space to show that it's a sandbar, it doesn't just keep on going. I think that's got me going there too. So yeah, I'm up to distinction, not gold.
And back to you, Tony. Oh, sorry, Steve.
That's okay. Yeah, it's great to discuss this, and I'm hearing that most of you are moving up, which is fantastic. There have been three criticisms that I've heard. The highlights in between the birds, I don't think they're lost. I think there's still a little hue of the turquoise, the light blue comes through in those highlights. Not a problem to me at all. The pinpoint sharpness is all of the birds at the front. I love how it drops off. The depth of field is what gives you the sense of scale, that they keep on going back. And you see on the top right-hand corner those three birds that just break the horizon. Those shapes just keep on repeating and pulling you forward. Not an issue to me as well, just adds to it. It's interesting how we see these things so, and it can be a positive or a negative, but to me it's striking. And then it's the outstanding level of creativity, or saying it's not creative. To me, the creativity is in the way that they've presented this. The crop and the matting just accentuate the horizon and how this extends basically as far as you can imagine. I think the cookie that Tony's brought it out brings it into the level where it is a gold for me. I've gone gold distinction, and I'd really ask you to consider it seriously. The colour palette is just exquisite.
And judges' rescore, please. And congratulations, 90, a gold. And next print, please. A fishing experience ends sadly. And we have a score of 76, a bronze award. And just stand by, Terry's going to challenge that.
Yes, I am. And I can see where you guys are coming from with the lower score. And I did debate that myself, okay, because, the focus doesn't extend back. It's got a few things there that I'm not too happy with myself. But it's an environmental statement. And that's what you're missing. That's what you're missing. That's what this photographer has captured and brought to our attention. So in a kind of a way, it's also a documentary. But that is important. This bird has been caught. It's got, probably most people can't see it from a distance, but it has got gut hanging out of its beak. It's absolutely, it's an environmental statement by a photographer. So, yeah, it has certain things that you would bring it back for, but I think you're missing that this is the nature category, and this is a statement. Okay, it's an environmental statement, and I've given it just an 80. Stuck it into the silver range for that very reason. I think you should do the same.
Go ahead, Simone.
Thanks, Terry. I've put it at 73, which I felt was a good professional standard for what the capture is here. What I did struggle with is that the bird's not moving. There's time to actually get a really accurate image of this, and it has blown out a little bit at the tops when it didn't need to blow out on the sides. But saying that, the whites at the top, you've got detail there and all the rest of it. I could go up to a bronze. That's probably the best I could say.
Any other comments? Terry, go back to you. Oh, Rachel, sorry, my bad, Rach.
I'm at 78, Terry. I think I've been a little bit stingy. Happy to come up with you. The detail in the sand in the eye is really working for me. It's just that the open eye covered in sand, just totally.
All right, Terry, back to you.
Yeah, the harshness in the foreground is actually in contrast with the blur in the back. It's something that, I hadn't really thought about it. There is that contrast there. You can use focus as a contrast of some kind. And, and certainly I didn't miss the sand in the eye, which is, it's just an incredibly sad image and documents, a very, very sad human thing that that these birds suffer through our actions, and it's an environmental statement, and I'm going to stick to that, and that's why I've given it a silver. Okay. I urge you to come up.
Terry, just want to push into. You're right. And congratulations, 81, a silver award. And next print, please. And if you're here tonight, don't forget the Iris Wrap Party. It's from 7 o'clock. Iris Awards major sponsor is Sony, are here today at their stand. See Aaron and the team today and go get your drink voucher for tonight. I'll be back in a minute. I'm missing someone. No, there we go. And we have a silver award, a score of 81. Congratulations. Comment?
I think this has been really beautifully printed. The paper choice is quite clever because it's a matte paper, but there's a beautiful sheen that you can actually see that's showing through the feathers, so that's really clever. I would have gone much higher if the highlights in the white area to the right of the image had details in them. They're just a little bit blonde.
Congratulations to that photographer. Next print, please. And if you've never been to the Iris Awards and you're at home, make sure you try and make an effort to come on down, because these prints look amazing in person. Yes, there is a caption, my bad. A jumping spider has captured a crane fly more than twice its size for breakfast. And we have a silver award at 80. Congratulations. And Steve's going to comment. Thank you.
Yeah, it's perfect timing and beautiful colour, and I love the matting. Don't have much to criticise about it, actually. I think it's a wonderful image. Oh, actually, there was something. Down the bottom right, right in the centre, I just found it a bit muddy. I don't know what you could have done with that, and given the topic, maybe just move your camera position around to the right a little bit.
And next print, please. No caption for this one. And we have a score of 85, a silver distinction, and we've got a challenge, and it goes to Steve.
This is an absolutely striking image, and pinpoint focus on the bird, on the hawk, and exceptional timing. Just having all those leading lines up the mountains to take your eye straight there, as if you could miss it. I think the shapes around the periphery. Actually, I really want to speak to it. Sorry. Yep, thanks. I think you might think it's vignetted. I don't think it is. I think it's the cloud shape. And even if it wasn't, it just pulls you all into that central point of the bird taking flight. Love the texture in the mountains, the drama. It's majestic. All the shadows, there's details in there. The colour hue is just so well maintained and pulled through the rock up into the sky. So you've got this sense of growth from the image, from the ground up into the sky, giving flight to that bird. Just beautiful.
Steve, did you say your score?
I thought I said 93, but
yeah,
maybe I didn't.
That's fine. I'm just checking.
93, yeah.
And we're going to have a comment from Simone, please.
I must have been really mean. I just didn't see what you guys saw. I've got a 77, which I thought was a good solid bronze. I just kind of almost felt, I'm saying that, I felt the feeling of being in the mountains, like I felt the coldness, which was really cool. Even though it's a warmth of obviously a sunrise or a sunset, I almost felt like the moment was kind of preempted too soon with the height of where the bird is, but maybe it was coming back down and there was no other option. So, I just need to be talked to a bit more, I'm sorry.
Tony.
Respectfully, you've missed 91. The word I want you to look at here and roll through your mind is majesty. We've got a bird who is a bird of prey, who lives in the mountain, who lives alone. And if this doesn't give you a sense of this, I really don't know what we can do to describe that further. You've got the bird surveying its kingdom. Above the clouds, above the mountains, it's looking down because that's where it lives, that's how it lives. It's iconic Kiwi. It's very much the bird itself. I'm probably going out some bounds if it's a falcon or a kahu. It doesn't matter. You've got this statement that is very much about the mountains of the South Island of New Zealand where this bird lives. You've got tonality, treatment and printing as well as placement that you can't fault. So those things combined, and then you add that little wee trail of mist coming through the valley. I just can't see how we can't be anything other.
Terry?
Yeah, I was mean on 82, and I'm listening, and I'm learning, and I'm listening to my peers, and I'm hearing some really, really great comments. So I just want to keep on listening and looking at that image, and then I'll make a decision. Thank you.
Back to you, Steve.
Look, I don't want to repeat myself because, Tony said it, I've said it. I think we've articulated what the strengths of this image is. The only thing that I didn't comment on previously was that the timing of this, somebody has been there for hours and hours waiting for the perfect light, the perfect bird. There's mist just moved out or coming in. This is not going to be the same scene in a matter of minutes. The timing to get those leading lines to take you to that bird and to give you the sense of majesty, it's exceptional. Please consider coming up to gold.
Judges, rescore, please. And well done, a gold award at 90. Next print, please. Do these ones. And just a reminder, judges, if we are talking about a print, keep your short and concise and to the point. And we have a silver award at 80. Congratulations. And a comment from someone. Terry, thank you.
I don't know whether it would have been possible for the photographer, but to have had all the water and no horizon then would have just clinched it for me. you would have given it a lot more mystery. But I think it's a beautiful image and deserving of a silver.
Thank you. Next print, please. And the caption for this one is a New Zealand sea lion. And we have a score of 77, a bronze award. Congratulations. And Tony's going to give us a comment. Thanks, Tony.
Look, happy to. Look, really great timing to get this beautiful creature. I'm loving that, the wetback, that's sort of very, what you imagine, very perfect for coming out of the ocean. I'd like to see a little bit more if there was a fishing tail to this, if it was feeding, if there was another element, I would probably push it further.
Thank you. Can we have a blank screen? We're just going to do a quick judge change. Terry, you've done a fantastic job. We'll give you a wee break. Craig, can you come in? Tony, you've done a fantastic job too. We'll give you a break. And Kay, can you come in? Huh? Right, all logged in, and let's next print, please. And we have a score of 76, a bronze award. Congratulations. Thanks, Steve.
It's a beautiful image. I love the crop as well. I think because it's iconically a tui, just if we could have just changed the angle so we could see a little bit of its feathers under its neck.
And next print, please. Millimeters big spiders hatching from a nest. Millimeters. It says millimeters big spiders hatching from a nest. And we have a score of 74. High professional standard. Oh, your comment. Oh, sorry. Go ahead, Craig. I'd love a comment from you.
Yeah, I think you've got some really beautiful colours in here. This is really a case of why do you need a triptych? The final image has been treated very differently to the other two as well in complete silhouette. And I think that image is the most successful, where you've got the spider emerging at the top there as well. So I think one image here would have been more than enough.
Thank you. And next image, please. Tuatara Rumble. Two male Tuatara battle it out at the resident ranger's doorstep at Tekapuiri. Ira. Battle it out at the resident ranger's doorstep. And if you're here and you have a Nikon, go and see David, Dakota, Ken or Adam. They have on-site firmware upgrade for the Z series. Just so you know. And we have a score of 75 and a bronze award. Congratulations, Steve.
Again, just to echo Craig's previous comments, this could have been told with a diptych rather than having all three images. In saying that, the top image is a striking portrait. I love it. Just watch your cropping as well. You're chopping off the foot in the middle image, and that sort of just seems a little unnecessary, and it's quite a busy background. If we could have separated them a bit more from the background, that would have made it even more successful.
And congratulations to that photographer. Next image, please. Paper wasp larvae in their nest. And just in case you're living under a rock and you're here in Christchurch, the Iris Awards wrap party is on tonight from 7 o'clock here. And our major sponsor, thank you very much, Sony, are here today at their stand. So you need to go and see Aaron and the team to get your drink voucher. And we have a silver distinction at 85. Congratulations. And who's going to comment for me? Thanks, Steve.
I'd love to comment. What a stunning piece of work. Just the matting has really added so much to this image, and amazing topic to be capturing, just really effective palette. I love the dimensionality of the image. Well done to the author.
Thank you. Next print, please. No caption. And we have an initial score of 77. And Steve's going to challenge that.
Okay, I've scored this 83, silver. This is a really good argument. Now, I don't know if it's appropriate, but why you should put in prints rather than just seeing them on screen, because you see this in the run-through and you think, oh yeah, it's birds. You get to the print and it's exquisite. The detail, the reflections, and the colour palette just all spring to life. Every bird is super sharp. I love the leading lines into them. I love the symmetry of the reflections. It's, I think, a really convincing silver. I think we're really close to it. I'd like to hear why you guys don't think it should be.
Kay, can we have a comment from you, please, senior sitting there?
I really loved the interaction of all the, what are they called? Ducks. Which one? What are they? The birds. But I felt that the left-hand side, the dominance of that trunk is just taking away from what is actually happening. I really enjoy the right-hand side where you've got that they're able to be separated a little bit from their background, where you've got the rippling water. Yes, it's beautifully printed. I'm listening. I scored at 74.
Any other comments, or we'll go back to Steve? Back to Steve.
Not much more to say. The trunks, I think, anchor it and they accentuate the reflections, so they work for me.
And judges rescore, please. And you moved at 1 point to a really solid bronze of 78. Congratulations. Next print, please. And we have a score of 72, professional standard. Well done. Comment from someone? Thank you, Kay.
I think it's a little bit hard to isolate what the photographer's really trying to focus on here. There's a little bit too much brightness on what we see as the central subject, which I'm assuming is the main subject. But I think perhaps trying to isolate that a little bit and maybe just toning it down. This is a darker forest where you don't get an awful lot of light, so it's and they feed on that moisture and dampness and the darkness. So just be careful with your cropping and lighting.
Thank you. Next print, please. And we have an initial score of 81. And Steve's going to challenge that.
Yeah, I've scored this 88. I think it's silver distinction. I mean, we obviously are all up in silver already because of the striking aesthetic of it. But what really nailed it for me is that the sheen of the paper in the background feels like it's frosted. I don't know what paper stock they used, but it so works to present this image in the best light. I love the repeated outlines of the other leaves in the background. All brings you forward such a strong graphic representation of frost and freezingness. But have a look if you haven't seen that sheen in the background. Just, it's beautiful.
And Craig?
Oh, I really wanted to reward the crystalline nature of this print, Steve. It is beautifully printed, but that outline, as graphic as it is not in focus, and there's no detail in a lot of that frost. I was at 74.
I scored at 84, and what held it in that silver range for me was I felt they could have controlled the lightness of the bottom left-hand corner, which is dragging your eye out. That would have been so easy to actually fix, and also just on the right bottom side. I love the fact that they've used the crystalline paper that actually accentuates the element of iciness. But in terms of an image, when I look at the photograph itself, I feel it could be a little bit stronger.
Rachel?
I scored this 84, so same as Kay. I'm probably going to be a pretty easy talk up. I didn't even notice that lack of focus or in the whites around the part of the edge. I was so drawn into the frosty sort of emotive nature of it. But just wanted to also add in there, which may sway you. You can see the veins of the leaves, but in the little cluster of quite sharp frost on the left-hand side, there's little veins within the frost as well, which is tying in with the leaves and the veins in the leaf, and I think that's quite beautiful. So,
And back to you, Steve.
Yeah, great comments. The softness in the edge, if I get close, I can see it, and I think, oh, yep, that's there. But I'm never going to have this in my house and be getting up close all the time. I'm just going to be looking at it and going, yes, it's beautiful, it's well surrounded by a solid white line, it makes me feel frost. I love the central veins coming out of that leaf and how they're reflected, that palette is reflected in the edge around the sides as well. Just pulls me right back into the centre at those converging lines into the centre of it. The white on the side doesn't bother me too much at all. But you judge as you wish. We're already on silver. Two of you are on just under silver distinction. I think it's not much to ask for an extra point.
Judges, rescore, please. And we came out at 82, a nice solid silver. Congratulations. And next print, please. And we have a score of 81. And Steve is going to challenge that. Go ahead.
Thanks. Again, we're in silver. I've scored at 86. I think it's just the next level. I think the thing that really is compelling for me, you know, it's pinpoint sharp on the bird, beautiful portraiture of the bird and place, but it's the contrast of the sharpness of the plant around Kanuka or whatever it is, and the bird's softness and the softness of the background that really compels me to score it a little bit higher. And the colour of the bird is reflected in the background and the softness of the background. The bird is really well isolated. I know that branch comes down into the back of its head, but it's so soft in the background that it doesn't distract me from the bird, and I love that the rest of the bird is basically clear from the background.
And we have Simone, Rachel, or Craig. Rachel, go ahead.
Scored this 78, so high bronze. I felt that there is so much detail in the bird that the cropping could have been tighter, and then we would have lost the distraction of that heavy bottom out of focus branch. It's just taking too much away from the subject, and there's so much detail there that it could have come in tighter.
Anything new? Go ahead, Kate.
Yeah, I would have potentially. I love the repetition of the colours in the background and the foreground and the subject. I think just a little shift to the right with the camera, just angling it down, it would have actually isolated its head against the softness of that, just that section of foliage.
And
yes.
And your score, Kate, please.
83.
And back to you, Steve.
Good comments. I think that what is compelling for me is, you know, this small bird in a bush and the way that they navigate through this tangled mass of branches and leaves, and it's anchored by that bottom branch. It's surrounded by you know, it's closed in by, you know, whatever the species of tree it is, and still yet it pops out and is so well lit and so well structured. I think it's a silver. I've gone silver distinction, but just a couple of points up would be really appreciated.
It's coming. Stand by. Right, you should be able to rescore now, please. And 81, a silver award. Congratulations. And next print, please. And this is a pair of mating New Zealand fantails. Paikawa. And we have an initial score of 84. And we have a challenge from Steve.
Yeah, I feel like I'm sucking the air out of the room at the moment, talking all the time, but I have to speak where I really feel it strongly needs to be represented, and I do. It's 93. This is an incredibly perfectly captured moment in time. For a nature photographer to capture not just the position and the lights, but the wings being spread evenly, the expressions on these birds' faces, and the palette in the background, the control of the light, all of the lines leading in, and the anchor, all at the same time, is unbelievable. And we should be rewarding it with a gold. 93.
Rachel.
Okay, I scored this 78, and I'm probably far too stingy. I'm still not convinced on gold though, Steve. I would come up into a distinction, silver distinction range. It's for me the highlights in the top right are dragging my eye away from the expressions. I think the uniqueness of the perspective being taken in this way is worthy of the distinction, but I'm not convinced of gold.
Simone?
I'm at 83, which is a solid silver, and I think the same. I think I was a bit stingy. I can't get to gold, but I definitely would love to go into a distinction. I felt a bit, what do you call it? I felt like a bit of a perv, actually, a bit voyeuristic kind of look in, because you can tell that they're actually having a thoroughly good time with the way those, the way all the feathers are splaying out at that moment. The falling off of the focus on is very painterly on the actual branch there. It's nature, it's a bright day, but nothing's blown out. I'm going to come up to a very, very serious distinction. Not a gold, but that's me.
Anyone else? Back to Steve.
Excellent. You're both coming up into high silver distinction, and that is fantastic because it deserves to be in gold, and you're almost there. What you see with the highlights, it's looking straight up into the sky, and yet it's managed to maintain the blue, and it's not gone to white, it hasn't blown out at all. This is not voyeuristic. This is a moment in time in New Zealand, telling the story of one of our most treasured species in a way that is intimate. You see the expressions on their face. This is a 1 in a million shot. It needs to be rewarded with a gold. I'm absolutely sure of that. Whatever technical flaw you see in this, somebody has struck gold.
And rescore, please, judges. And you got a silver distinction at 88. Congratulations. And next print, please. And while these prints are coming back and through, I want to thank you to all our awesome volunteers out the back. They're doing a fantastic job. And we have an initial score of 88, a silver with distinction, and Steve is going to run with this one too.
I am. I've given this gold distinction, and I can't fault it. The texture, the moment of this fly's death is just frozen, and every detail about this insect is captured with unbelievable precision. The filigree in its wings, every eye cell, the mouth structure, and then the web just is its texture that it's dyed upon. The grey just sets it off. It feels metallic. It feels almost like it is robotic. Again, I'm absolutely convinced of the story of this moment, of this death. I just know that there's a spider sitting in the background that's going to be a lot bigger. It's fantastic.
Simone.
I was on a silver distinction at 85, and I thought that I was being a little bit too brave, but I've realised that I'm not, with what you're saying, Steve. I'll tell you my thing I did struggle with, and that's I love the braveness of what the photographer's done with the colour choice, because it is a very brave, but I did struggle with that bright red if it's a dying fly or a dead fly, because the red is a very alive, fiery colour, and that confused me. That's probably about the only thing I have to say is the brightness of a dead thing did confuse me a little bit there. But I'm a definite silver distinction.
Okay, go ahead.
I scored at 82. The fly itself
96.
is absolutely exquisite, but I just couldn't resolve why the background is so desaturated and grey, because I just felt it just didn't complement the subject. Whether it's in an icy area, I don't know. I just felt it just didn't work. It conflicted with the background. If you can resolve that for me, I'll be coming up.
Go ahead, Craig.
So I scored 88. Steve, I'm coming up with you. I wasn't brave enough. I love this paper choice to give it that metallic, robotic feel that you spoke of. The wing looks like it would in life with the light on it. You know, if this fly was flying around and was alive, that you'd get the reflection and the feel that you do with this paper. I think to answer your question, Kay, I'm doing your job for you. Sorry. Spiders lurk in dull places a lot of the time, and I can just imagine that this is very desaturated because it's in some shade somewhere, or it's against some kind of metallic thing in the corner of a garden, or inside a cupboard in a house or something. So, and I think that metallic grey nature of it really also adds to the image as well. So yeah, I'm definitely coming up.
And back to you, Steve.
Yeah, thanks, Craig. The redness around its mouth, that's the colour of the creature. It is just, I think there's no decomposition. I can't see where it's been attacked. It might even still just be slightly alive. So that just adds to the robotic feel. You know, it's like an artificial colour to this machine, which was the fly. The desaturation in the background just speaks of death. It's at that moment, just life is ebbing out of it. Maybe the mouth is the last part to lose its colour. It's very evocative. Don't you feel emotional? Don't you feel like it's, even though it is so mechanical, that you can sense the loss? I don't like flies, but I'm sorry for it, you know. I've scored 96, gold distinction. I think it's an easy sell for gold. Please consider going higher.
And judges rescore. And great talking. Gold on 90. Can we have a blank screen, please? We're just going to do a few quick judge swatches. Swaps. Steve, you've done an awesome job. We're going to put Tony in. Simone, we're going to put Jackie in for you. And Rachel, we're going to put Tracy in for you. Go and have a break, go and have something to eat, and we'll see you back here shortly. Just... Right, everyone logged in? And next print, please. And we have an initial score of 77, and Jackie's going to challenge this.
I scored at 83. I think the choices of the photographer choosing to use this hard graphic sort of punchy light is something that they've brought to that, whether we like it or not. I'm taking that away, but because of the composition, the bird being so beautifully posed, the sharpness on the leaves that have a nice repetition, creating a diagonal down through there. The colours that have been punched up, it's not natural, but I think it's effective. 83.
And Tony.
75. Clean and simple, and I think it's a striking image for that. Though I feel it's more of a leaf study, and the end leaves with the, I don't know what you call those, the seed pod things, there's a rich intensity of character there more than it is the birds. So I do feel the bird's been lost because of that.
Craig.
I actually quite like that it seems more like that it's about the leaves at first. This is a really brightly coloured bird, and for such a bright subject, it seems really well camouflaged here. And I scored it 78, and I think I'll come up with you, Jackie, for that reason.
And Jackie.
Yeah, that's the word I was going to use, the camouflage in amongst those leaves. It's simple and clean and powerful. But there's nothing to take away out of place. I think it's effective and a strong communication in the silver range.
And rescore, please, judges. And well done. So 80, a silver award. Congratulations. And next print, please. Young liquid amber Styrocliphu gumball leaves in the very, very early spring sunlight. And we have a score of 70, professional standard. Well done. Comment from someone? Tony, thank you.
Lovely complementary matting to the subject matter, which is great. The highlight control behind it's just a little bit too blown out, and the overall effect a little bit more, a bit milky.
Thank you. Next print, please. A single shot, ultra macro image of a ladybird covered in flecks of pollen. And we have a score of 75, a bronze award. Congratulations. Comment? Thanks, Jackie.
Yeah, it's possibly just a little bit deeper depth of focus, so that foreground green was not quite so as blurry. It would have come up.
And next print, please. And we have a score of 76, a bronze award. Congratulations. And Craig will comment.
I think this is a really interesting depiction of, parasitic fungus taking over this insect. I would have liked the treatment to get a little bit more contrast in it. It's quite flat, and the colour balance seems a little bit off, and the oranges are a little bit insipid, so pulling those back and toning that a little bit differently would have helped.
Thank you, Craig. Next print, please. And a score of 77, a good solid bronze. Congratulations. Thank you, Jackie.
Just a comment to make it even stronger, that foreground rock could have been darkened down a little bit and it wouldn't pull our eye away from the bird. Lovely diagonal in gesture there.
Thank you. And next print, please. And the caption is New Zealand Falcon. And we have a score of 78, a bronze award. Congratulations. And we'll just have to wait a second because that light got bumped. Oh, yes, comment while we wait, please. Nice work, Tony.
I love the concept of coming into land, which is a view we often aren't presented in a category such as this. So great perspective, particularly with the feet out. A little bit of sharpness through the wing feathers, and it'd be great to see the beak would certainly push that further.
And we'll just have a blank screen for a minute. We just need to check that light. It did just get knocked. in fairness to everybody. Just to make sure. While we're waiting, we are judging the nature category. And thanks to Sony for sponsoring it, and also thanks to Sony for sponsoring the whole Iris Awards. So right now you can just relax and breathe for a minute while we check the light and make sure it is 100% correct. That one's right. Excellent. We like it when it's right. Perfect. Next print, please.
Well, good job putting it back in the exact right position. Oh, was it you? Well done, well done.
And if you're here in the room, don't forget to go and vote for your favourite judge for the Ian Poole Trophy. It's out in the foyer. And we have a score of 80, a silver award. Congratulations. Comment from someone? Okay, thank you.
A lovely series of images. I do wonder whether they are all needed. I think they could have actually dropped one or two. But a really great narrative of cicada emerging out of its, getting rid of it, shedding its skin thing.
Thank you, Kay. Next image, please. And we have an initial score of 77. And Tracy's just about jumping off his seat and going to challenge this one. Go for it.
I've given this an 85. We don't often see photographs of our native bats. This has been done so beautifully. What's wrong? Oh, is it? Okay, maybe they're not our native bats, but of bats, okay. I'm taking a presumption here. The background is so clean. The colour is twilight. The tree is, and the bats are so beautifully silhouetted, and they look like grotesque little fruit on a tree. And then you have this one horrible, scary-looking little one down the bottom, and he almost looks like he's got a weapon, and he's going to come out, and he's, you know, it's going to be dark, and they're all going to emerge. They're going to, you know, these fruit are going to break open, and these little creatures are going to come out and attack us. So I just love it. It's taken something from nature into some story, the narrative and the artistic way it's been handled. I just think it's beautiful. Please tell me what you're not seeing.
Craig.
What I'm not seeing is a defining moment to add to this. I've scored it a 68, and I think it is solid professional practice. For me, silhouettes are about shapes, and whilst I have enough shape to tell me that these are bats, I want to see something more. There could have been a moment here when one of these bats stretched one or both wings to stretch before it flew off. There could be a moment where they're coming into roost because not coming into roost, going out, well, morning or night, either way. There could have been a moment where a bat had left a tree or was coming into the tree where you could have had a flying silhouette here. There's nothing other than bats with their wings folded to bring me up into an awards range.
Anyone else? Nothing else news? Go ahead, Trace.
Okay, yeah, that would have been really obvious. Wouldn't have actually excited me as much as this spooky little creature here. I love the fact that he hasn't stretched his wings. We know what he is. He doesn't need to stretch his wings to tell us. But, yeah, he's quite tortured. And, yeah, I just think for a nature image, they've taken into something a little more creative. And I wanted to reward the photographer. If you can't come to silver distinction, maybe a squeaky silver. I really, enjoyed it.
And judges rescore, please. And we got 75, a solid bronze. And next print, please. And this is a hawk dining on fallen baby birds. And we have a score of 72, professional standard. Congratulations. And a comment? Go, Craig.
I think this is a really good depiction of the brutality of nature sometimes. I would like to have been immersed into this moment a little bit more, and I think a lower camera angle would have helped to do that, as well as maybe making the print a little bit darker to evoke more of that emotion.
Thank you. Next print, please. This is a series showing the total lunar eclipse of the 8th to 9th of November in 2022. Just waiting on one more score. Having a really good look at this image. And we have a silver 82. Oh yes, you can. Tracy.
I've just squeaked this into silver distinction at 85. I wanted to reward the photographer. I mean, we've all seen a lot of eclipses and eclipse series, but they've laid this out in a way that almost looks like a baking tray. The matting is sublime. I love their choice of paper. It's on fire when you get up close. The luminosity and the colour is just gorgeous. So we all agree it's a silver and a good silver. I just think that to reward it for that added extra in the matting and the paper choices and everything else, and the fact that they've used so many images, which I wouldn't normally reward, but I actually think it works here as an overall design.
Jackie.
So I scored at 78, but I really like that baking tray analogy because I that's one of the reasons why I was just a little bit under silver. I just thought there was the cropping of the image so close to the circle that didn't allow me to feel that three-dimensionality of the moon and for it to be glowing there and coming out. And I thought I thought there was too many of them. It's a great representation, great technique, very good technique, but where was the imagination and skill? But I like that analogy, baking tray.
Craig.
Yeah, I like that analogy too. I scored 83. I struggle with the thought of coming up to a distinction because I feel the matting actually detracts from the luminosity of the moon. We have a glossy black mat here, and the light and the way that plays with the moon, it detracts from the luminosity of the paper choice of the actual moon print. So if we had a matte black mat, that would really emphasize how the print has been printed. And I'm just struggling with the presentation a bit.
Tony.
83. One of the problems we have in a category such as this is that we've got such a diverse range of potential subjects in nature. And for a photographer to choose the moon, well, we all seen it. We all know what it is. There's no mystery. So it makes it really tough. So they've got to come up with a way of showing us something that we've all seen before, unlike the such and such bird or such and such sea lion. I do think the photographer has spent a considerable amount of time and effort to capture this event. And if you look at the actual astro quality capture, the moon is really, really sharp. That's not an easy task. Yes, you need right gear and bits and pieces. They've presented a series. They can't do a composite, so that's out for this thing here. The presentation is unique, and that analogy with the muffin tray is great. I think we just need to realise for what we're seeing within this category, this is a very high standard in the astro field to show us this.
And Tracy.
Thank you for that, Tony. I think they've taken something, okay, we don't see it every day, but they've taken it and given it a very creative twist, and I think it deserves, we're very close. I think it deserves another couple of points to squeak it up there.
And can judges rescore, please? And congratulations, great talk. 85, silver distinction. And next print, please. And if you've just come into the room, we're judging nature, sponsored by Sony. Thank you very much. And also, if you've just come into the room, don't forget to go out to the trade show. And we have a score of 77. And Tracy is going to challenge this. Go, Trace.
It's me again, sorry. This is a series that works for me. We've got, you know, one partner coming in, I've got some food for the babies, and mum's going along, I need food for the babies, hands over the food and mum hands it straight to the babies. It's telling that complete cycle of, you know, looking after these chicks and what it takes and how they work as a team. And each image, you know, the ones on the left are tiny, they're not taking away from that beautiful central larger image. Every one of them is beautifully handled with depth of field, and they're clean, the lighting is beautiful. I just think as a series, as a nature series, that this is deserving of a silver.
Jackie.
So I didn't bring it into the award range. I could come up into bronze maybe, but the bottom left-hand corner, just the cropping off, hard cutting off at the necks it wasn't pleasant to the eye. Graphically, you know, the graphic nature of the layout and design didn't really work. Yes, I can get a sense of the story you're telling, but I just really liked the one image on its own. I thought that was more of a standout, and the other ones were holding it back. I'll listen to any others, though.
Anybody else like to comment?
I'm with Jackie with 74. I'm also questioning, is there a reason for a crooked mat?
Tracy, back at you.
I was that busy looking at the images, I didn't see the mat. Yeah, that's disappointing. I think to address the tight crop of the birds at the bottom left, that tiny bit of food would have been lost, I think, if we'd taken in the entirety of the birds. But yes, the image on the right is the standout, but that alone wouldn't tell a story of both parents. But yeah, shame about the matting.
And rescore, please. And a solid bronze at 75. Congratulations. Can we have a blank screen for a minute, please? We just have to do a couple of judge switches. Tony and Steve, can you come in? Is Steve? Yes, Steve is there. And Terry, can you come in for Craig, please? Can I have your... Terry, can we have your... Oh, sorry. It's all right. We spied you.
Can you forward the screen, please? The guys out the back, because they're still on the old score.
Hang on, just give us a second. Right. Next image, please. Scores, please, judges. And we have an initial score of 81. Go for it, Trace.
Out on that slim again, all by myself. I've scored this a 90. I could just see this 10-foot tall on my wall as a work of art. They've taken this basic little fungi and turned it into this exquisite art piece. The textures and the tones and the rhythm and the flow and even the way it sits within the crop. I just love it. I would have taken it to a higher gold, there's a tiny bit around the edge that I wasn't, the tiny, tiny little details that I thought, yeah. But on the whole, I mean, if you printed this the size of a wall, we'd all be walking and going, oh my God, what an amazing, this is a work of art. It's just beautiful. The lighting, everything about it. I'm sorry.
And Jackie, please.
Yeah, so I've scored it into a low bronze. I was screaming out for more negative space because there was so much happening up in that top to allow me to have an analogy of it being other things. I got a feeling I'd love to turn it upside down 90 degrees. I guess wanting to do things with it is a good thing. I'm listening. The technical issues, there's none really. I love all the focusing's great, so I'm listening here.
Okay.
Yeah, I'm with Jackie. I scored at 77. I really wanted to turn this upside down, even for the fact of the lighting direction. I feel it's coming from the bottom. I think and the heaviness is at the bottom, which is dragging the whole thing down, and even the little filaments that you see that are sort of dragging down. If you turned it upside down, it would have been uplifting. Beautifully printed, beautiful capture, but yeah.
Steve.
Yeah, I scored this 81, so I'm with you, Tracy. The graphical nature of it is beautiful, but the other story that you're looking for is it's a volcanic island. You're looking straight down onto the cones, they're just coming into view, and it's the coastline, and it's been stylized, it's been lino cut, and it's just striking.
Terry.
I just wanted to add a little bit of support. I was on 82, and I'm going to come up to at least a distinction. The more I look at it, the more I'm enjoying it. I agree with the two other judges that I'd like to have seen it up the other way. But I'm not going to let that detract from it. It's really, really beautiful.
And back to you, Tracy.
Just to address the upside down, I actually love it this way, and I love the closeness of that very bottom curve to the edge of the frame, because it brings in tension. The fact that it's dark down there, this is running and dripping and coming down into that darkness. I think if it was up the other way, it would feel wrong. I actually love it this way. I love the way it hangs and drips into that darkness. And the fact that it's so close to the edge, that just gives you that tension. Love it. Please come up, please.
Rescore, please. And we ended up with 86, a silver distinction. And next image, please.
caption is a 3.5 metre male great white shark, and it's from New Zealand. There is a scientific name. No one wants to hear me say that. No one here. And we have an initial score of 82. And Steve's going to challenge that one.
I scored this 92. I mean, this is personifying solitary apex predator on the prowl. The outline of the creature is so strong and so primal, it sort of makes me shudder, and I'm not in the water with it. So the photographer deserves points for being brave in every sense of the word. The top reflection of its, I think it's a dorsal fin that goes up, is just reflected in the surface of the water. So I love the texture of that water. Just gives you such a great sense of place. But the way the light falls on the top and those hatching sharpness of those lines from the ripples on the top of it just emphasize that this is something with sharp teeth that are gonna I think it's really, really clever, and I love the way it just completely fades off to black. It's weighted, it's menacing, it is not to be messed with. So I love the way it's been caught. The crop framing is perfect. I've given it 92.
Tracy.
I gave this an 84. I love the way it floats in that darkness, which makes it ominous and scary. The light from above is great, possibly, a little overbearing, but still needed. I would love to have seen something of the eye. That's what held it back for me. I was looking for that eye, the mouth. That's what's scary about these things. And I don't know if it was the paper choice or whatever, but it was just too black there. That's what would have absolutely grabbed me and terrified me and taken me right up there, but I didn't get it, so I was stuck at a silver, an 84.
Okay.
I scored at 78 in the bronze range for much of the reasons that Tracy just mentioned. I feel that this is a menacing creature, and yet I don't feel it is presented to us as a menacing creature. From the fact that we can't see its eye, which is really the key aspect of that, but also the direction it's going. If it was floating a little bit more round towards the photographer's angle, whether they're brave enough to stay there or not, I don't know, but I just feel it's quite passive at the moment, so it's not giving me that feeling of menace.
Jackie?
Yeah, I was on 77 because of that. I don't feel the menace. I think it was an opportunity just missed, and it could have been. We could have seen the eye and maybe a bit of a glint of teeth or just something in there.
And Steve?
Yeah, the menace of a shark is its fin, isn't it? Cutting through the water, heading towards the swimmer. The eye, you can just see it there. To me, it's not the key feature. It's the whole silhouette, the shape of the shark slicing through the water in an area that it completely dominates. There's not another speck of imagery near it, which completely, again, just isolates it as this dominant character on the prowl. You can see its mouth is just slightly parted. I love the sharpness of the water on its the diffraction on its body. Yeah, okay, spoke.
Judges rescore, please. And 83, a nice solid silver. Congratulations. And next print, please.
There is a caption, a pair of great crested grebes, courtship display. Thank you, judges. We've got a score of 74, professional standard. And we have a challenge from Terry. Oh, sorry. Okay, so we're going to accept that, and Terry would like to comment. Thank you.
I really wanted to love this. These two heads look like, flowers, and I think that there's a missed opportunity in the cropping here. If they'd been cropped in on those heads, it would have been very, very strong.
Thank you. Next image, please. There is a caption, a jumping spider completely enclosed within its silk nest or tent. Thank you, judges. That's a score of 75, bronze award, and we'll accept that. Can I have a comment, please, from Tracy? Thank you.
I think the composition of this is gorgeous, and when I walked up to it, I was thinking of little moon buggies in foreign places, and it got me all excited. But those two big front eyes aren't sharp, and that's the real focal point, and it just let me down. So, yeah, be very careful with that.
Thank you. Next image. There is a caption, NGC 3372, Carina Nebula, giant star-forming region, 300 light years across and 7,500 light years away. Thank you. We have a score of 81, silver award. Thank you. And can I have a comment from Steve? Thank you.
Congratulations to the photographer. It's a stunning image. And I appreciate the craft that goes into creating an image like this. I'm not an expert on astrophotography, so I don't really think I can comment to how you could improve it. Just well done. Oh, you do?
I would just maybe an offer, maybe it doesn't suit the circle, maybe the square, perhaps. I mean, because it looks sort of like a world here. It's like an eyepiece of the telescope too. Yeah, but well done.
Thank you, judges. Next image, please. Thank you. We have a score of 76, bronze. And Jackie would like to challenge.
I'll give this a bit of a go. I was on 83. Just the design and pattern overall, from left to right, from ruffle to the darker feathers. There was one little round area that sort of looked like a little ball and looked like an eye or something like that. That sort of took me to another idea and focal plane of thought. Just celebrating design and pattern. Good, lovely technique, sharp, well printed. I thought it was silver.
Tracy.
I'm on 80, and for the same reasons, I wanted to celebrate the pattern, the flow, the composition, and the beautiful tonal range. I think it's worthy of just a small silver. We're not that far away, 4 points. I think it's very nicely put together. We're not asking for a big high silver or a gold, just a small silver. I think it deserves to be rewarded.
Thank you. Kay.
I scored at 72, professional standard. I feel it, this is my interpretation, I know I'm not making any assumptions, but it's my interpretation. I feel the photographer's come across the bird. It's likely dead. And I feel there's a lot more opportunity. I don't see the pattern, the pattern that would allow me to create something or feel something with a pattern in it. It's just the feathers that are there. So yeah, I'm listening, but I'm still struggling with this.
Terry?
I totally agree with Kay here, and she's just isolated what it was that wasn't sitting well with me, and it is the feathers, and it is the fact that the feathers are not in their normal preened state, which probably would indicate the fact that the bird hasn't been able to do that because it's dead or whatever. So it's the direction of those feathers that's really got me complex. So I'm listening.
Jackie, thank you.
Yep, been said, I suppose. Well, like that, Tracy and I can see this lovely movement from left, which is lighter tones, and then the rambliness that happens in the middle and down to a darker tone at the right. So there's a definite movement of diagonal line that creates that design pattern. It may be dead, and that's what's given it the randomness, because otherwise it would be more beautiful and kept and preened. Otherwise it wouldn't be as interesting. It's because it's in this moment of decay that it does take a good eye to actually find the pattern and rhythm up close when something's so random.
Thank you. We've got 76. Oh, sorry. Can you please rescore? Sorry, guys, my bad. Okay. And we've got 77 bronze award. Thank you. Can we please have the next image?
And we have a score of 81, silver award. Congratulations. Can I have a comment from someone? Tracy.
When I initially saw this from back here, I was thinking gold. I got up closer, and unfortunately the beak was intersecting with the foot, which just threw off the composition. But it's a beautiful image, and yeah, the way it just hangs like an angel in that sea of blue is very well seen. Well done.
Congratulations. Next print, please. Score of 75. Score of 75, a bronze award. Congratulations. Next image, please. Oh, sorry, comment. Thank you, Jackie.
Yeah, I think this would have gone much higher if the colour bias hadn't been towards the magenta side. When you're photographing a very green forest, the AWB and your camera will do this. So just take a bit more control of that, and it will elevate that score quite well.
Thank you, Jackie. Next print, please. And there's a few new faces in the room. Make sure you go out and check out the trade show. They're all open, and I'm sure they'd love to see your smiling faces at some point. And the exhibition of all the print images are behind us, so make sure you go and check those out too. And we have a score of 80, a silver. And we're going to have a challenge. Go, Terry.
I don't know, I'm out on a limb probably here, but Christmas decorations, it just reminds me of you know, it's got a festive feel to it. I'm not 100% sure exactly what it is. Which again, which is intriguing in itself. It looks as if it's got maybe it's a plant in the background with water drops, but I just love the simplicity of it, and as I say, that festive feel, the little Christmas decorations, those baubles just hanging there. It is just verging on sort of fine art for me.
And
I'm sorry, I scored at 85.
And sorry, my bad. I just need the sugar to kick in a little bit better. Sunlight on need more sugar. Sunlight on dew drops at the tip of pine needles.
Yeah, well, that puts it in perspective, and it firms up, I think, my score of 85. Yeah, you see what it is. I'd love to hear some other comments.
I was sitting on 80 and I was toying with going up higher. I had exactly the same feelings that you did. All those lines coming down were like pine needles off a Christmas tree, and all those beautiful balls and light, and even the little ones hanging down on strings. And I thought, am I just seeing things? But it definitely gave me that feeling, and the fact that it communicated the same to you, I'll be lifting my score. Good talking.
Steve or Kay, comment from one of you?
I scored this high bronze, 77. I really enjoyed it, especially enjoyed that one bauble sphere that's the rainbow prism. Yeah, and I got the festive feel for it. I enjoyed the abstract nature of the art. I probably could squeeze up to a low silver.
Okay.
Yeah, I scored at 78. This is, I am going to lift my score. This is something that the photographer's chosen to photograph, that we just don't see this sort of thing. And so the photographer's chosen to present this to us and has done it in such a beautiful and delicate way. Yeah, I'm lifting my score.
And Terry, back to you.
Can we have it back? Okay, this is layers of nature. You know, the pine itself with water drops on top of it. These are layers of nature, and nature. I don't know whether you've noticed, but one of the baubles has actually got a little rainbow in it. You know, and that's all about water, life, sustenance. The creativity here is in the juxtaposition of, the pine needles and those spheres, and the photographer has actually seen this and captured it in such a way that it produces a piece of art. I urge you to come up to Silver Distinction because I think it's worth it.
And judges rescore, please. And great chat. 85, silver with distinction. Well done. Can we have the next print, please?
an initial score of 79. And Terry's going to challenge.
Obviously, I'm way out on a limb. How could you not, how often do you see, a couple of ducks, in the making, right, shags. I could say shagging. I don't know whether I'm allowed to say that, but that's what they're doing. And, and then you've got this little fella down here, which is, obviously a young one, looking around and saying, what the hell are you doing? It's got a real, you don't want to make fun of a nature situation like that, and I wouldn't do that. But in this particular case, the photographer's captured something that has got that sort of make you smile side of life. And I guess that's what I'm trying to describe, is the fact that, yes, I'm not taking the piss out of it, I'm not actually making fun of it, but it gives you that smile, it gives you that. But not only does it do that to me because of, what's happening, and that little one coming around the corner and saying, what are you guys doing, and a little surprise on his face, but it's also the fact that the photographer has actually captured this moment in time, documented it really, really well. What is, I can't understand why you're holding it back, at least from, a good silver. What did you give it? I gave it 90. Otherwise it wouldn't, I just wanted to be brave on it. So I would urge you, what did it end up? 879, it's got to be talked about anyway. So you've got to pull it up into an 80 at least, for goodness sake. But I would, at least a distinction, have another look at it and just, I think we get caught up sometimes in the fact that, okay, it's, well, to me it has got drama. Talk to me. Tell me why it should be pulled down.
And sorry, my bad. I was just working out judge changes and I didn't read the caption. A pair of mating New Zealand dab chicks with a juvenile onlooker. And then Kay, can we have a comment from you, please?
I scored at 76. I really enjoyed the comical nature of what was being presented to us. But for me, that was the treatment or the handling of the image and that could have been improved a lot more to make the image more powerful. I feel that the colours are overly saturated, particularly in the background and the blue. And there's some shadows detail that could easily have been brought out. So I've kept it in the bronze range for the comical nature and for what the photographer has seen.
Tracy.
I scored this 74, and I probably was a little harsh. I could see it as a bronze, but I can't see it any higher. And for all those same technical reasons, the blue of the water is just overbearing. I know it's either early morning or late afternoon light, but it's quite severe. I did like, the comical side of the chick looking on, and I looked at her and thought, oh, thank goodness I'm not a dab chick. But I just, I struggled to bring it to a higher level due to a lack of craft, would probably be,
Anybody else? Terry, back to you.
Okay, well, I'm obviously not going to convince you guys, but I think I see more in it. We are, after all, as photographers, we're scribes. We record things, and yes, they're not always going to be technically bang on, but there are other qualities in things like this that you have to consider, and it's very easy just to go to the technical side of things rather than looking deeper into the meaning of it, that meaning of life. This is life happening before your eyes, and and you're giving it a measly, what was it? 79? Even sitting on the fence at 79. Come on, get real.
Judges, rescore, please. And great chat. You got it up to a silver at 82. We'll do that now. Come
Can we have a blank screen for a second, please? And we're just going to do some judge changes. Kay, if you have a break, and Simon, you come in. And Jackie, thank you. If you have a break, and Craig, you come in. All right, get yourselves logged on in there and we'll get cracking. Next print, please. And again, a reminder, let's keep these comments nice and concise so we can keep this going through. And thanks again to Sony, who is sponsoring this nature category. Theo, and it has its amazing scientific name, and I'm not going there. And we have a score of 75, a bronze award. Well done. Comment. Thanks, Craig.
Yeah, I really enjoy the complementary colour palette in this. I think to bring it up into a higher award range, we probably want more of a defining moment here. The positioning of the duck at the moment feels a bit neither here nor there.
And thanks for that. Next print, please. And there's no caption on this one. Great work, judges. We have a score of 81, a silver award. And a comment from Simone.
Congratulations on your silver. Very well deserved. I honestly felt that I could smell it. I really, really did with the colour toning that's been used. I thought that was fantastic. Maybe in the way of improvement, maybe a 5x7 crop to actually give it a bit more width, maybe to just a fraction, and just a little bit too much at the top. Could have helped improve this image a tiny bit more, but fantastic work.
Great job. Next print, please. And no caption here. And it's starting to get to the time of the afternoon where everyone's batteries go flat. And if they are, head out to CRK and Ilford, and they have this really cool charging station where you can charge all your devices. And it's right next to the coffee cart in the trade show.
Thank you, judges. We have an initial score of 82, and Craig's going to challenge that. Go for it.
Yeah, I just snuck this into distinction range at 86. I thought that the ant is so sharp and there's so much detail in their eyes there. And just the fact that it's carrying along this ladybird, ants are formidable and they can carry many more times their weight. And I thought this was just a really nice way of showcasing that. And it's taking food back to the nest and feeding the queen, I guess, or the young ones.
Simone, please.
Yeah, I think I was a bit mean there. I was on what was I on? I was on 76, which was a solid, well, a bronze award, which is still a great award. I do love the sharpness too, and I probably didn't take enough note of the amount of sharpness there. And I'm also not worried about the lack of falling off of the focus on the legs, because the focus is where it should be. So I'll come up into a low silver.
Terry.
Yeah, I'm up there on 86 as well in the distinction range. I can't really say much more to it. I mean, the ants, obviously, they can carry a huge load, and there isn't a chance here to sort of focus stuck or anything. This ant's on the move, and they move. They're moving the whole time. So to get it sharp like that is is bang on and definitely deserving of a distinction.
Go.
Yep.
Terry, sorry.
Yeah, I scored 82. I'll go up to silver distinction, really because of the matting and the repetition of the dots on the ladybird. It's talking about the circle of life, isn't it? Death and feeding, and then the line of pebbles that it's walking along. Just really re-emphasise that as well.
Back to you, Craig.
Cool. Thanks for that, Steve. I think it sounds like we've got it over the line, so let's score it.
Rescore, everyone. And great job. 86, silver distinction. And the next print, please. And we have an initial score of 79, and Steve's going to challenge.
Yeah, I've given this a score of 86. These sorts of fungi, I'm not an expert, but there are some which fluoresce. It's very, very hard to capture them, especially in any sort of daylight, but they've managed to capture those subtle colours coming out from underneath and on the stems of these fungi, and I think that's tremendously clever, and it adds to the whole story of the psychedelic experience of dealing with fungi. I love the angle through to the top too. I think they just give us a nice momentum through the image, and it's great that the colours are reflected in the background as well.
Craig.
I'm at 75. I snuck this into awards range for what you said, Steve, really. I haven't really seen a shot like this where there's the luminescence and it's got other light as well. It's not completely dark. So I thought that was well done. But I think in a situation like this, where you're dealing with a static subject, perhaps some kind of stacking technique so that the mushrooms in the foreground were in focus as well, would have maybe lifted it for me. I'm listening though. I'm happy to come up a bit.
Simone.
I'm very along the same lines as Craig was saying. I was at 81, which I think it's a good, it's a silver. I'm thinking, I know there's a couple little distractions and faults up top right and bits and pieces, but I keep thinking the strength was more in the middle, lower left, and all those mushrooms are in, not mushrooms, but fungi, sorry, we're going into they're going more facing towards the left, and there's negative space there that they could have actually easily let us breathe into that area, and almost we didn't need that whole third of the right. I think could have made this image like really strong, so I don't think I can come up. I'm happy with my silver.
And Steve, finish off, please.
Yeah, okay. Silver would be a well recognition of the expertise that the person has brought, the photographer's brought to this image to capture those, those subtle lights in a lit situation. I think it's well done. So, yep.
Judges rescore, please. And we have 81, a silver award. Congratulations. And next print, please. And we have an initial score of 76. And Simone's going to challenge. No, you're not. You're happy? You're happy with the 76? Congratulations, a bronze award. Comment from someone? Go, Tracy. Thank you.
Beautiful, delicate feather with gorgeous droplets. The background I just felt was a bit too heavy, but within that there were some strong highlights that detracted from that beautiful feather. So perhaps work on the background tonality and it could have lifted the image.
And next image, please. And this is a little blue penguin, a kōrera, chilling out in the midday in this rocky crevasse, taking a break. And we have a score of 75, a bronze award. Congratulations. Comment? Thanks, Tracy.
Really good V-shaped composition here. I just found the burnt out highlights in the breast of the penguin, if they'd been controlled a bit better, it would have helped.
Thank you. Next print, please.
And we have a score of 71, professional standard. Well done. Comment? Go, Craig.
I think it's quite hard to capture the feeling that you get in these places quite often. And I think in this case, perhaps exploring this log a little bit more, either kind of pulling back and giving us a bit more of the environment, or going in and seeing what is living amongst this rotting tree would give a stronger result.
Thank you. Next print, please. And this is feathered selection. And we have a score of 74. And we're going to accept that. It's a professional standard. Well done. Oh, comment, please. Thank you, Steve.
I enjoy the rim light, isolating the feather. I just feel like it could have been perfectly centered, and maybe just watch how the feather is displayed. You want it in its, I think, for this image, its best shape and its best form that you can present it in.
And next print, please. There's no caption for this image. And we have a score of 79, and Craig's challenging it. Go.
I'm on 88. This is such a celebration of colour and iridescence. And then to enhance that celebration even further, you've got this beautiful paper choice. How many times do we get to see this much detail in a butterfly's wing? Every little square and segment is there, and I would love to just talk about this a bit more.
Tracy, please.
I'm sitting on 74. I wanted to love it. I got up there and there's that slither of light blue at the top right-hand corner, which is dragging my eye out of the image. When you get this close to detail and you refine it down to shapes, you really need a very strong composition. And for me, the composition's kind of lost. I would like to have seen the photographer get in even closer and use all that beautiful detail to create, or to angle those veins, in a way that we got rid of that highlight in the top right-hand corner and perhaps brought those lines down to the diagonal. Just the composition is lacking for something that's been brought down to an almost abstract. the colours are gorgeous, the paper is gorgeous, but I'm struggling, but I'm listening.
And Simone.
Hey, I had it at a 80, which is a silver. I agree with Tracy with regards to that top blue, even though it's gorgeous. I'm wondering if it could have been included more or taken out, because then the little faint little blues down in the top third of the image would have been even stronger. It would have excited me more. I love the way it looks like a woven mat, and we as us humans tend to copy what creation has already done better than we could ever do. And the photographer has taken advantage of that and really helped us to see the pattern and design and used it to their choice. But I can't get up there for all the reasons of basically what Tracy's already said.
Terry?
Yeah, I was sitting on 77. I'm going to come up to a silver for sure.
Yeah, just a quick comment. I was on 77. I'll come up to silver as well. I was distracted by the top right-hand corner, but if you chop that off, you lose the map of New Zealand that's there, which I quite like. It's like New Zealand with a heat map.
And Craig.
I think you don't only lose that, Steve, but you also lose the 3 dark lines that lead you through this from left to right. The transition for me and the abstractness of this is what make it for me. I think Simone made a good point as well about how it replicates how what we see in evolution, we copy in humanity, and it's got that woven square kind of textures diving in and out. Yes, the blue at the top is not ideal, but how many points do you want to take off for a little bit of blue at the top? That's what the butterfly's wing look like. You either have to have more of it in or none of it in, and then, like I said, you lose those 3 lines. So, yeah, I'm on silver distinction. Let's see if we can at least get this into silver.
And judges, rescore, please. Waiting for one. I'm not waiting for one. There we go. And 82, a silver. Congratulations. Can we have a blank screen? We're just going to have a bit of a swap around. Mike, if you can come in for Terry, please. Tony, can you come in for Steve? And Rick. And Jackie, can you come in for Tracy? Can we have the next print, please? Kikino, a New Zealand fur seal. And I should know that scientific name, but I'm not going there. And we have a bronze award score of 76. Well done. Congratulations. And a comment from Go Craig. Thanks.
Yeah, I think this works well as a composition really nicely. The rim light is lovely and gives the seal a bit of separation. I think it's getting a little bit strong on the head though. You're losing a bit too much on the bridge of the nose and the eye, above the eye there. So that would be helpful to make it stronger.
Great. Next image, please.
A pair of mating tui. And we have a score of 82, a silver award. Congratulations. And a comment from Tony.
Loving the intensity of the male there in the top figure, which is absolutely exquisite. Perhaps sharpness all the way through would have helped this image.
Thank you. Next image, please. It's my favourite flower bud, a peony. I always say it wrong, peony. 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 They're my favourite flowers. You'd think I'd know that. And the funniest thing, my husband corrects me every time I say it. And a score of 77, a bronze award. Well done. Comment? Comment from someone? Thank you.
Yeah, I actually find the peony a little bit flat in the lighting. I'd like to see a little bit more modelling.
Thank you. Next image, please. Yes, thank you. A black cobweb or false kakapo, katapo spider with spinneret in action. Spinneret in action. Thanks. The writing on this computer is really small. And we have a score of 77. And Jackie's going to challenge. Go ahead.
So I scored at 83. I thought it was a lovely design, particularly at the moment of action of the long arm going up to the top, and then the spindle, the web coming out at the bottom. The suggestion of a web, maybe an egg sac or something on the side, reminded me of the shape of that we've been presented here as a kind of egg. So crisp and yep. I thought the lighting was great. I thought it was superior at 83.
Michael Simon, which one of you? Thanks, Mike.
Yeah, I gave this 74, but I'm going up because when I first looked at this, and thank you, Jackie, for pointing out that it's an egg sac on the right-hand side. I found it as a distraction, but now, with that having been pointed out, I see it as an added piece of information that's reasonably important. Thank you.
Anyone else? Jackie, can you sum up, please?
Well, it's just as simple as that. It's well seen, well crafted, and has meaning, has narrative. So yeah, silver.
Great talking. It came up to 80, a silver award. Congratulations. And next image, please. Messier 45, Matariki star cluster, Pleiades. And we have a score of 82, a silver award. Comment, please. Oh.
I question the black mat because it's black on black, and I think all the detail in the image needs to be amplified, not reduced, and I think the black mat's doing that.
Thank you, Mike. Next image, please. And we have a score of 77, and Craig is going to challenge.
I'm on 88. I love the abstract, painterly nature of this. I think tonally it's really beautiful. And there's just one piece that's sharper than the rest without as much motion as the rest of the image has, and that's in the beak, which is, you know, the pointy end of the scannet. And I think that just really adds a little bit of extra storytelling to this. It's lovely, and I'd love to have a chat about it.
Simone.
I really enjoy the artistic use of ICM in a nature category. I scored this at 70, which I thought was a pro standard. What I struggled with was that because it is a nature category, but it is ICM, you can actually get a sharp eye, even in an ICM, believe it or not. It can happen. And I think if we'd had something sharp there with the actual, it gave me a little bit of a personality or something, it would have helped me, rather than having it just as a whole landscape. I wanted something more to do with the actual subject.
And Mike.
Just a quick comment about the bird itself. Because that's the subject, it needs more detail than what's been given it. It's just slightly blown out. So I think the technique that's been applied is appropriate, but I think that the printing's just a little bit light.
Jackie.
And just to, I scored at 73, and the wing is unfortunately touching the landscape and cutting out that sense of flight. And there's a dark patch right in the middle that pulls my eye as well.
Okay, so I think to address a couple of issues, this is a fairly extreme in-camera motion. I don't need to see the eye or the sharp eye. I think the abstract rendering of the bird is what the photographer was intending here. The wing touching the landscape kind of helps me to get this triangular shape, and I see that dark patch as more of like a shadow of the bird on the land, and you know, again, that's part of the abstraction of this, I think. So yeah, I think it's quite brave. It's quite clever rendering, and I want to see it come up into the silvers and reward this photographer.
And judges rescore, please. Craig, can you put your score on, bud, please? And 76, a solid bronze. Congratulations. And next print, please. And it's a tui in Ko-Fi. And we have a score of 75, a bronze award. Congratulations. Comment, Tony?
Love seeing what I believe is the pollen on the top of the bird. It's a really novel take on wildlife. The other greenery does tend to be distracting because of its brightness.
And we just need a blank screen for a minute. I haven't even been drinking. Rebecca, can you come in for Tony, please? And Rachel, you can come in for Simoon. Maybe that's the problem. And once you are logged in, we'll get cracking again. Next print, please. A New Zealand Debchick. And we have a score of 80, a silver award. Congratulations. Comment from any takers? Rebecca or Mike? Who's going to fight for it? Rebecca, go.
Yeah, this is brilliant. This just shows a lot of this little animal in this huge landscape of the ocean, and for me I see the hills behind it and just this depth, this poor little thing, but it's stoked, it's got its feed. To elevate it a bit more, just watch your highlights, top left, bottom right, but yeah, keep going. Lovely.
Thank you. Next print, please. Judges, you're doing a fabulous job at keeping your comments nice and concise and short. And we have a sand filtered by feeding crabs from the shape of the creatures above. And it's in Daintree, Queensland.
And we have a score of 82, a silver award, but hold on, Craig's going to challenge.
So I'm just on 86, just in the distinction range. I think that as well as depicting exactly what this is, it's filtered sand from a sand crab and the burrows, it speaks to me of extinction and cave paintings and eras gone by. And I look at this and I see that bottom shape with the log on it, some kind of dinosaur, and then the shape, well, if we want to talk modern, that shape at the top looks like the Twitter logo, which is now extinct as well. But it looks like some kind of bird life. So it looks like a cave painting to me as well. And I just thought there was a bit of a deeper meaning that I saw in this. And so I think it would be nice to reward the photographer for a little bit more of a storytelling image.
Mike, please.
I gave the 78 bronze, high bronze. I actually felt that the lighting was really flat, and I'd like to see a little bit more relief in this image, but I like the shapes. I think the shapes are very interesting, almost artistic from a crab.
Rach.
I gave this 84. I'm probably going to be an easy convert, Craig. To address the flatness, I think it's been quite cleverly printed on a paper that sparkles like sand, and for me that's lifting the light enough, and it's very complimentary. I didn't see the cave painting element or analogy. I was actually from here wondering where the sheepdog was. Yeah, I can come up.
And Craig, back to you.
Okay, just a few more points is all we need. I think, Mike, you said it best, really. And nature is art, and art is nature. And, yeah, it's beautiful.
Let's rescore. And great chat. We've got it up to 85, a silver with distinction. Next print, please. And there's no caption to this. And we have a score of 85, silver distinction. Congratulations. Comment. Go, Jackie, thank you.
Yeah, I scored it up there, up in distinction. It's got wonderful texture. That the animal that's being devoured there with that little bit of red really pulls the eye. It's a great anchor. Perhaps that little arm in the foreground could have had a little bit more sharpening on it. Or not sharpening, but depth of field. But wonderful.
And next print, please. And we have a score of 71, professional standard. Thank you. And comment from Mike? Yes, please.
Yeah. If the subject was the water droplets hanging on the pieces of spider's web, it needs to be against a darker background. The way it is, you actually can't see what the subject is.
Thank you. And you guys can just have a 2-minute break because we're now going into a digital. So have a bit of a stretch and I will fill the void. So while we're having a little break here, I just want to say thank you so much to our judges and the team out the back. They're doing a fabulous job. Don't forget we have the Iris Wrap Party tonight, thanks to Sony. And if you want a drink ticket, head out and grab one. Now would be a good time. Can someone get one for me while you're there? Yeah, good. Not you lot, just the ones at the back. I'll never see you. I have to. It's just to make sure everyone remembers at 7 o'clock tonight to turn up to the wrap party. Oh, the quiz. Is the quiz out the back too?
The quiz is in 25 and it's on just before the wrap party. I think it starts at 6. Check the website.
Go to the website.
I just wanted to say for those of you that are hanging around here in Christchurch to do the vault. It's super fun. It's very secretive, and I'm not allowed to tell you anything about it. But it's if you've got a little team together and you talk to Justine, I think, or someone on reception, you get half an hour in the vault, and everything is provided in there.
Everything? Everything that would make this face smile? All right, team, we're ready to rock. Next image, please. No caption. We have initial score of 79, and Mike is going to challenge. Thank you.
I gave this 86. I just found it really strong, graphic, colourful. It fills the frame. It makes me really feel the strength of this bird and the magnificence of this bird. I find it really visually fascinating.
Craig, please.
I scored it 74. I've probably been a little bit harsh there. I just saw a well done portrait of a stork, but maybe that's enough. It has been done really beautifully. So, yeah, I'm listening.
Anybody else? Go, Rebecca.
I gave this a 77. I think for me it's a graphic, strong image. And I applaud the photographer for being so brave as to put it so tight around the animal. Those really deep blacks that are, there's no sort of information in there, just getting into those technicals, for those really high distinction, silver distinction ranges, yeah, just let it down a little bit there for me. But it's fabulous, very strong. I'm listening.
Jackie?
Yeah, I was on 78, and I can see this in silver. It's the decisions to make the beak just that far away from the edge of frame, and the roundness of the top, just in the right places. The positive and negative spaces are really working well together. Yeah, that greeny black is certainly a statement.
And Mike, round us up.
Just quickly, it's the boldness of this that makes it successful. If it was small in the frame, it would be a very weak communication. In terms of the blacks, it has to have the blacks to give it the strength. The blacks that are black need to be black. You don't want greys in there, you want strength. And that really unifies the entire shape of the image. It's the tightness, top, bottom and sides that actually make this work.
And judges rescore. And great talking, silver at 82. And next image, please. And we have an initial score of 76. Jackie's going to challenge.
So I gave it an 83 because of the relationship of the little jewels of water droplets that are like a gantry up into this silvery dome that is so, it feels silvery and man-made with a man-made subject in it. I think some sort of gantry there, or I'm not sure whether that is in keeping with nature, but maybe that's the message. It got me, and I went to silver on that. The circular shape sort of resonates with that circular globe that's up there. It feels mechanical and like something futuristic.
Craig?
Yeah, I'm at 70 on this one, and I think for the reasons you like it, Jackie, I wasn't quite so enamoured with it, along with those very dark blacks on that bottom left as well. There's just nothing in there at all. I'd love to have seen a bit more detail in that area.
Anybody else? No? Go, Jackie.
Right, that's fine. I mean, I saw that. There is a little, I'd take away that little highlight that's coming from the left-hand structure that's there. It's a bit out of focus, but yeah, I liked it.
And rescore, please, judges. And we got a 1 point up, a 77, a nice solid bronze. Thank you very much. Next print, please. Looking through the waters of Te Whakapupu Springs. Pupu Springs. Te Whakapupu Springs? That's what's on here. Looks like it's what it matches. And we have an initial score of 81. And Rebecca's going to challenge.
How's this dude? Look at him. Oh, yeah, him. I think it's him. It just made me giggle. It just gave me an initial, just that emotive, funny, made me happy. He's got his suit on and he's off for challenges, and then someone's photographed him, and if you look at his eye, he's like, what are you looking at? What are you looking at? He's sort of like looking behind, kind of across. It's got just such a human quality to it. He's in his place, he's off on an adventure, he's got his little gumboots on, and I just think it's brilliant. So for that reason, I brought it into distinction at 85.
Jackie, please.
So I scored at 73. I could have scored it higher, 70, maybe 78. But he felt quite like a statue, almost, a plastic statue. And the top and the bottom, I couldn't sort of get the relationship of why it's so important to show us so much of the ground and what he's on. And the background sort of being in thirds is undecided. Maybe a lower point of view would have helped me to work out what's important about the choice of background. Answer some of those questions, and that eye looked a bit dead. And there's no sort of sparkle in it, but I do like his gesture and the movement and the sense of body under that suit.
Craig.
Yeah, I scored at 81, so right on average. Bex, I'm thinking about joining you, really. I really like this because of the division in thirds. I felt like the foreground is the land that the penguin is living on. Then you've got the ocean where obviously it's going to go out and feed. And then in the background there, you've got the broader view of what the landscape might be about. And then you've got those little rain droplets and everything that you can see in that area as well, which is a really lovely sense of the environment that these birds are living in. And yeah, I think it's a really nicely done composition. I quite like the tightness of the crop at the top and the bottom. It gives you a real sense of the movement going to the right-hand side of the frame. So yeah, I'm coming up to distinction.
And a quick read for Mike.
Just more importantly, what you can't see on the image, what's been cropped out of the image, has made it quite singular, and I think that's really important. There's no sky, there's nothing to distract you from looking at this creature, and I think that's very important.
And sum up, Rebecca, please.
Yeah, I think Craig sort of penned it really well in regards to the thirds, Jackie. In regards to a statue movement, he does have one foot slightly in front of the other, and he's got one wing just slightly back, and there is that separation in that front one, which for me means that he is actually moving. And the eye for me is the key. The pupil is in the bottom half, slightly to the back, which makes me think he is watching whoever's photographing, or something's going on behind him, or something like that, and it's a bit cheeky. There's beautiful, beautiful detail and droplets along his chest, and on his head he's got this sprinkling of sort of white, and it's all beautifully sharp. I just think it's quite stunning, and it's fun, and it's a beautiful portrait of this guy and his environment. So
Great,
come up.
score. And great talking, 85, silver with distinction. Next image, please. And the caption is polar bear on ice. Missing one. And there we go. We have initial score of 82, and Craig is challenging.
94. I think if you look at the bear in this, the sense of movement and the texture in the bear is absolutely stunning. The stepping of the ice on the right-hand side is really beautiful. But what really makes this for me and took it to an emotional place is the atmospheric conditions on the day. And there's been a lot of stuff in media about how polar bears are doing it tough right now, as a lot of animals are. And I feel like the top portion of this image, it feels to me like the environment has faded away. There's not much space left for him to be roaming around in his solitary life. So I scored it gold. I think it's beautifully done.
Mike, please.
I gave the 75. I don't have the awe of it that you have. I feel as if I was there, or if I'm on a boat, obviously a Zodiac photographing this, and I'm feeling like I've brought nothing special to it. It's an amazing experience seeing something like this in the wild, but as a photographer, it's your job to actually interpret this in a stronger way. There is a little bit of a merger starting to happen with the nose of the bear. I just don't see anything special in this. I gave it professional practice.
Anybody else? Jackie.
I scored at 82, and I could be persuaded to come up into distinction. Partly, I can start to read a sense of continent being on the right. That the shapes there are quite beautiful and bring some meaning to it, and the continent's melting away and showing that underneath with the drops of water that of this iceberg slowly melting away. Yep, and the gesture of the bear with its foot curled up is a gesture, and it's downward spiral into the landscape. It hasn't got its head up. It is kind of sad to me. There is a kind of shape on the right-hand side with its mouth open, and I can feel some distinction here for me, and silver range there.
Go, Rebecca.
Yeah, I'm probably sitting a bit closer to Mike on 78 bronze. For me to get that kind of emotional response in regards to environment, I probably would want to see a huge, massive environment compared to the bear. At the moment, I'm looking at sort of icebergs and things that are similar size, and there is detail in the snow in the background, which I'm really pleased about, and I've had a good look at that. And the feet are actually the winning thing, and that's why I put it in the high bronze. I am listening and probably happy to come up into a silver range, but perhaps I just don't get that emotional response of loss of environment, because it's a reasonably tight crop in there.
And go, Craig.
I think I'm probably a bit out on a limb on this one, but shooting from probably a Zodiac, Mike, it is restricted. There is only so much space. There is only so much you can do. And I think the photographer has brought to this a beautiful portrait of this bear in the environment. It does feel sad. It is on a downstroke. It's heading down. It's diagonal lines coming from that ice down into that bottom right corner as well. The space above, I think, is intentional. And I think as well the toning of it is really stunning. So I would love to see it come up a little bit if we can.
82. Rescore, please. And at 85, silver with distinction. Congratulations. And we're just going to hold it there just to keep everyone. It's starting to get a very long part of the day. Mike, if you want to have a break, and we'll put Tony in. Craig, if you want to have a break, and we'll put Terry in. And thank you, Jackie, and we'll put Tracy in. Right, get yourselves all logged in. And next image, please. And there's no caption. We have a score of 80, a silver award. Congratulations. Comment from someone, please. Go, Rebecca.
Oh, this is just funny. I just think it's great. Look at me. I can be a rock as well, and I can be the mountain in the middle of the two. You know, they're quite showy-offy and quite fun, these animals. And I think it's also a little bit out of what I would normally see a seal in the environment. So well done for capturing that. To add to the image, I'm not actually sure. Maybe just a little bit more detail in the sky, perhaps. Those whites are pretty bright coming off the whiskers and things. But yeah, great capture. Well
Awesome.
done.
Thanks, Rebecca. Next image, please. And a score of 76. Yep, Rebecca's going to challenge.
I just popped this into silver, actually, on 80. Completely freaked me out looking at this. The photographer has captured beautiful, sharp detail. I sort of see an old man with a moustache, and he's just sort of got this big, hairy kind of moustache and sort of a bit human-like there. The angle's quite interesting as well. I mean, there's a few technicals in there with the sort of highlights and things like that, which I can, I'm sort of overlooking a little bit. I'm sitting on 80, and I think it's quite an interesting graphic as well, and carefully crafted, and that really sharp where it should be, and also very brave for being there. Well done.
Terry, please.
I scored the 73 hypersocial standard, and I guess the reason I put it there was because of the focus range, or the focus range in the legs leading up to the face. I must admit that, the face is very, very sharp, and then it falls off very quickly. But I would like to see a little bit more detail in those front legs.
Thank you, Rachel.
I gave this 76 bronze. I'm really happy with it sitting there. I think that it's worthy of an award. It's a lovely capture. There's just not enough else going on for me. I really wish I had whatever you had for lunch, Bex. But I'm still struggling to see the old man. Yeah, I think I just need something else for it to push into silver for me.
And Rebecca.
Yeah, look, I'm a bit out on a limb here, mind the pun. I still think it's great. I still see the man in the moustache and all of that kind of stuff. But yeah, we'll see where we go.
And rescore, please, judges. And 1 point up, 77, a solid bronze. Congratulations. Are we doing that now? Yep. And we're just going to have one more quick judge swap. Kay, if you want to come in for Rebecca, please. And Steve, do you want to come in for Rach, please? All right, next image, please. And there's no caption. And we have a score of 74. Professional standard, thank you. And a comment? Thank you, Steve.
It's a lovely portrait of this bird. Just feel like the crop could have come in a bit to get rid of the foliage on the left, and it would have just made it more simple. And also watching the vignette just distracts the eye.
Great, thank you. Next image, please. And we have an initial score of 83. Tony is going to challenge. Go for it.
Look, I've popped this into gold at 92, and I think if we talk about this, we'll see how we're getting on. The image as it's presented to me is one of actually deep sadness. We've got this chick looking at the mother penguin, it's either an emperor or a king, and you've got the mother with its eye almost disappearing. That there's a sense of this baby's not going to make it, and you know it's not going to make it because winter's here. You're going to have this the envelopment of the environment, the storm that is brewing, the ice and the wind, and you kind of know that there's a sense of life slipping away, and the mother knows it, the baby knows it, yet at the moment they're still together. I think there's a sense of pain beyond just purely simple graphics.
Terry, please.
Yeah, I'm listening. I like the story, Tony, and I guess that's what I'm looking for is more of a story. I actually couldn't see the eye, but when I went up and looked again, it is there. So yeah, I think there is a deeper meaning. I was on a 76. I will come up. I'd like to hear a little bit more comments from the other judges. Thank you.
Tracy, please.
I was sitting on 75. I wanted to see that eye, but now that you tell me the story, I'm quite happy that it's, the way it is. You can just faintly make it out, but Yeah, that sense of, I love the white around it. It immediately gave me that sense that it's closing in on them, and there's little happy feet in the background, like mum. I couldn't work out the eye, but now that I know, I'm happy to lift my score.
Anybody else got anything new? Okay.
I'm questioning the need for all of that white space. I think for me, a closer crop, you would still get that sense of cold and frost and ice and all that sort of thing with what's going on, rather than having your eye drawn out in every direction because of all the white space. I think it's been beautifully captured, and the eye is definitely there. I'm listening.
And go ahead, Tone.
I think that's an easy rebuttal, if you like, there, Kate, because if we brought it in really tight, there's a sense of proximity. So we're actually increasing the relationship between mother and the chick, and therefore you'll feel connected. The purpose of this shot, as I'm reading it, is the sense of void. You're about to lose something. There's so much space, which is the environment, which is nature itself is bigger than just these two individuals that is there. So I find that quite easy to reconcile in my understanding of it. We're presented with an image that's visually strong, that's rich, and it shows the vulnerability of nature beyond just the obvious. It's nature accepting nature, sadly.
And judges rescore, please. And great talking, 88, silver distinction. Congratulations. Next image, please. An absolute victorious expression following the battle of the last meal. And we have a score of 85, silver distinction. Congratulations. Can we have a comment from someone? Tony, I know you're itching for it.
Does anyone else see Yoda?
Yes.
Oh, I love it. Yeah, I love the anthropomorphic transposition. So this is a brilliant image. I think well done, silver distinction. Absolutely brilliant.
And next image, please. An Australasian banded coat chick. And we have a score of 72. Professional standard, well done. And a comment from someone? Thank you.
Perhaps using a more shallow depth field to separate the chick from the background, and it also feels a little over sharpened and some of the highlights are blown out.
Thank you. Next image, please.
And we have a score of 87 on... Oh, there's 2 people fighting. Hang on. Steve gets it.
I'm glad I get it. I think you'll be with me already. So I've given this 91 gold. This is the strongest image. It could be in the family section, and I'd give it a gold there as well. It's just nurturing, compassionate, kind, protective parents looking after their chick as the storm approaches. Love the symmetry of their heads, their attention, their focus is laser sharp on their child. The gentle flipper just resting on the child's shoulder, again just nurturing that young life. I love the crop, so that the storm is coming in from the right to approach them, and they've already been covered with ice on the back. Their colour is perfect. The attention to detail there is just beautiful.
And Terry or Kay, please.
Yeah, I'm on 84 and I'm listening. I guess one of the reasons that I didn't go up more was to resolve the bottom of the image. I guess I felt it looked as if it had been faded out rather than, there was snow or something causing that sort of gradual fade to white, and it's very soft. So I guess I'm questioning whether they're really standing in the snow, if you know, because you can't see their feet. So obviously they're standing in the snow. So where are their feet? And that's the bit that I can't get my head around, I guess. Apart from that, I think it's a beautiful image. Yes, it's nurturing. It's got all those points. So I'm listening, and I will come up.
Go, Trace.
When you go there and the wind blows, it blows about, often about 2 feet off the ground. You get this mad rush quite low, and for me that would explain why the snow's moving down there and not up higher. I love their bent heads. Their eyes are closed. They're conserving all their energy because they know what's coming, and they're standing sentinel to look after this little one. The little one is looking out going, what's happening? And has no idea of what's coming, and they're conserving. They've put in so much energy to get this one chick to survive and get it to this stage. Now they're hunkering down to make sure it survives.
Tony.
85, and I didn't want you to think I was a one-trick pony, but I'm in behind you, to be fair. I do wish to correct a small technicality in that the left figure is bracing against the wind. The wind's coming left to right, not the other way, because they are shielding the infant from the source of cold and the danger. And Terry, the katabatic wind that kind of whistles around is whipping up snow. It's a very easy reconciliation to understand why we can't see the feet and maybe the long lens and distance, but there is a lot of snow. That is whistling. That is icy cold freezer burn that's coming straight through across the feet to obscure. So I think that's quite an easy resolution if we can sort of work our head through what we're seeing. I do believe in support of you.
All right, Steve.
Thank you. Just the one last thing is, if you look at the penguin, adult penguin on the right, and get in close, you can see the down in the white just surrounding that infant, and it's nestled right into it. It's really, it's a beautiful, subtle detail in there. Yeah, I think we're all in agreement.
And congratulations, 90, a gold. Next image, please. And we have a score of 73, professional standard. Comment, please. Tracy.
Just be careful in your highlights. The head of the bird is being lost with that bright background, and there's an awful lot of negative space at the bottom, and I'm not sure that it's adding a great deal.
Thank you. Next image, please. And this is a king penguin walking on a South Georgia beach. And we have a score of 76, a bronze award. Congratulations. Comment, Terry?
Yeah, I guess I just can't get over the negative space on the left with the penguin walking out of the image. I'd like to have seen where it's going.
Thank you. Next image, please. And we have a score of 74. Steve, go right ahead. But before you do, it's a tui and an olive tree, just in case you hadn't worked that out.
Okay. I scored the 77, so just well, not just to bring it into an award level, I believe it is worthy of a bronze. The reason being that it's a lovely capture of a native icon, and I love the idea that it's surrounded by a nest of foliage and isolated and framed by that foliage. Yeah, just a bronze. Oh, well, just a bronze. I'm not supposed to say that. I don't mean it.
Tony?
Yeah, 72, professional standard, because the photographer's done the job they should have. They've got a bird that has been well illustrated. The olive does form a lovely laurel, and I like that idea, but I do think it's a missed opportunity to create that with either, I think probably like more in the way of vignetting. So I'm not with you, I'm afraid, Steve.
Anybody else? Back to you then, Steve.
Okay. It's sharp on the face. The details are there. I like the laurel interpretation better than the nest, but both work. The vignetting, I think, would make it a little bit too heavy. I enjoy the image the way it is. Not asking for much more than a bronze, but I do want to reward the photographer for this lovely capture and great crop. One more point is all we needed, so if we can rescore.
Terry, please. There we go. And a 75, a bronze award. Congratulations. And next image, please.
We are getting close to the end, judges. Don't run away afterwards, please, so we don't need to try and hunt you down. And we have an initial score of 75. And Terry, you're going to challenge?
Yeah, I will.
Okay.
I scored this in the silver range, and I think it's deserving of it. The evil in this eye is just intense. You know, this is a really vicious crocodile, I would imagine. Has it got a caption?
No, it hasn't.
No, it hasn't. I love the pattern and the water at the bottom, the way that it's obviously in water. It's just floating on the water as they do. I would actually gone a little bit higher, but when I went up to it, I was a bit disappointed that the bee that's landed on its eyelid is a little bit out of focus, whether it's got movement or not. But it struck me, if the bee was, in focus, then, what a cheek it had landing on this and the eye of this really vicious animal. And it was just the juxtaposition, I suppose, the size difference between this little wasp and this enormous crocodile, and just how powerful that was and how insignificant the bee was. So there's these sort of yin-yang opposites going on for me. So yeah, I think you're a bit mean on 75. I think it could have been a silver, so I'd urge you to come up.
Tony.
Look, I'm so genuinely gutted for the photographer, because I went up there thinking this is going to go somewhere. I was so wanting to give you those points. Sadly, look, because of that bee, wasp, fly that's on the eye, it's so crucial to this, but it's not even close to being sharp. So the chance to give us this magic, I just don't think we can reward it when it's such a central part of the image, Terry. And I think the eye, I'm looking at Lord of the Rings, that big fireball image is way cool, and you've got this texture of the crocodile and the ripples of the water. Look, there's so much positive and stuff going on. I just can't get past it.
Anybody else? Go, Tracy.
I'm sitting on 74. I sat back here and thought, ooh, I like that. And same thing, got up there, and the fact that that bee or wasp or whatever is so out of focus, if they had just waited a few more moments for that to fly away even, or had a shot without it, the sheer graphic nature of it would have been enough for me to lift my score. But with it in there, it just detracts completely, unfortunately.
And Terry.
You guys are taking away a lot, for that fact. As I said, there's a lot more going on in this image, and you want to give it, you've all said something quite positive about it, and yet you want to give it, a bronze. It is deserving of a silver. You've got beautiful detailing everywhere. You've got superb focus everywhere else. I'm actually can't even work out why the bee is actually out of focus, because it looks as if it should be. Maybe the bee was just about to fly away and it's actually movement. I don't know. But I'm going to stick to my guns on this. I think, just an 80, repays that, the photographer back for that, capturing that beautiful scene and documenting that bit of life. It's life. This is, as I said before, we're scribes. We record life. This is life happening, and I like it. So, yep. Urge you to come up just a little bit to silver.
And judges rescore, please. Yeah. No, it's just a computer. It's just out to get us. There we go. And 75, a bronze award. Congratulations. And next image, please.
And that scored 76, a bronze award. Congratulations. Next image, please. Oh, sorry, comment. Go back one. Sorry. Someone go. Fight for it.
Beautiful capture of the bird, beautifully sharp, the colour and everything in it is gorgeous. There's too much distraction through the shallow depth of field of the branches that are and leaves that are coming out from the left-hand side. So possibly try and sort of maybe isolate the bird a little bit more, even rotating the camera around towards the right a little bit.
Thank you. Next image, please. And a score of 73, professional standard. Well done. Comment, please. Tracy? Tracy's turn.
This has some creative merit, but it's about control. And on the left-hand side, you've got a foot in the photo. And if you have so much control, it'd be nice to have some more leaves around that side as well to balance up the other side. And just watch those highlights.
Thank you. Next image, please. And we have a score of 82. And Steve is going to challenge.
So I've scored this 91, gold. I see this image so many different ways, and I think the longer that we look at it, the more we're going to see. But the central sphere looks like it's way too big to be there. It should have fallen out. But I think it's frozen. If you look at the inside of it, you can see crystals starting to form. So I love that, giving us a central focus point. But it's also a planet that's about to be sucked into the vortex of a black hole. You can see all those lines leading into it, so it's seeing the gravitational pull. The leading lines just take you in there from every direction, as if you can't escape from that yourself. All of those little planetoids lining up to be sucked in as well. And this is a spider's web. I think the management of the light, I know it's a little bit hot, but I think that has the energy. You want to have the absolute black going to the absolute white for this to make it really be as striking as it is. It's very graphic. Yeah, tell me why I'm wrong.
Kay, please.
I thoroughly enjoy the clarity and the detail that's coming through in the central part of the spider's web. I scored it 76. What I am struggling with is the white at the top, the angular, which totally sort of, I feel it just doesn't connect with what's happening. I know it's potentially another spiderweb ring going around, but within this composition, I feel that could have been cropped out, and it would have been a stronger image. I'm listening.
Okay. I'm on 82, and I've done this an injustice, and I'm coming way, way up. This is nature's jewelry. You know, this is nature at its finest, where it brings together the reality of rain and moisture with the delicacy of a spider's web. And then it turned into a bit of I didn't actually do that until I sat look at it, and after I put my score in. It certainly popped into my head that that's nature's jewelry, as it were. The gem, nature's gems. And so it turned into, it went from a spider's web for me into that sort of, that kind of art form, call it fine art, call it what you like. So it took on a whole different meaning. Kay, I think that's an awful lot to take away for that little dog leg up there. I didn't even really see it. And yeah, it could have been cropped in a little bit more, but I don't think you can take away that much. So I'm coming way, way up, and I'd love to hear the other comments from the other judges. I scored at 82. I did say that, I think. Yeah. Yep. No, 82. I'll be coming up.
Tracy.
I scored the 79, a high bronze. Just like Kay, that line on the right-hand side really detracted for me. If that had been cropped out, I wouldn't have batted an eyelid of giving it a silver. But maybe I have been too hard. I'm going to listen, and yeah, I'm not that far away. I'm on 79, so keep talking.
Tony.
84. I guess I was a little bit cautious, seeing if I needed a nudge. I don't know if I'm going to go to gold, but I'll certainly reconsider where I'm at, because the image is certainly is bold and it's striking. That diagonal of the bead lines with the central orb, I think, is very, very well controlled. And I'm really pleased that you've told me that it was frozen, because I actually missed that, and I was trying to get my head around why is there sort of filaments, but that makes much more sense, and I'm really pleased to learn that. The tonal richness, I think, is worthy of significant credit in its own right.
And Steve?
So the reason I've left that line in the corner is it mirrors the diagonal that goes directly across from the top left down to the bottom right. If they'd cropped that off, we wouldn't have it exiting out of the bottom right. And it also it carries it on. It's like a gravitational wave coming out from this. I think it just reinforces the shape as it keeps on expanding out. Thank you for the jewellery concept. Yeah, it is. It is a precious moment, perfectly isolated from any background, so that we can treat it in monochrome to make it really sparkle. Definitely worth coming up to silver distinction. I'm in gold. Go as high as you can.
And judges rescore. And well done, 86, a silver with distinction. And next image, please.
And we have an initial score of 79. And Terry, you can challenge. Go for it.
Yeah, we need to talk about this anyway. There's so many things that are going on. First of all, I think it's, it's been nicely framed, and it's got a nice, it's got a nice colour balance right the way through. It's, it's got a good graduation there. There's detail in the stone and all that technical stuff. The little penguins in there are having so much fun. I mean, to me it looks as if it's a, sort of a slope that they can spin down into the water, and, it actually looks like a little fun park for them. So that's one thing that pops into mind. Another thing that pops into my mind is that our world is melting, and that's the sad part, is that these penguins are on this, I presume they're penguins, are on this iceberg. Did I have a caption? No? No caption?
Sorry, my bad. It's getting very late in the day. Yes, there is. A lone iceberg with chin-strap penguins in the South Orkney Islands.
Yeah, so just let me carry on with the thought process here. So our world is melting away, and so on the top of the sea you've got this beautiful shape, which is the iceberg, and everybody knows that most of the art, an iceberg is actually under the water, and the top part is just. So this really is the tip of the iceberg, and think about the tip of the iceberg being, that iceberg making away. This is how critical it is that we sort this sort of problem out. So there's an environmental message in there as well. So there's a lot of things going on, to take it into at least a bloody silver. Okay.
Go.
Yeah, I'm in support of you, Terry. I gave this a silver 80. And for the same reasons, I saw an environmental portrait. I get that even stronger from the sky. The warmth of the sky is coming through, and the tenuous nature of their habitat is being threatened.
I scored the 78. I saw those things that you saw, Terry. I would have liked to have had the iceberg given more space to actually really amplify that sense of melting and isolation and all that sort of thing. I also wonder whether there's also a bit of haloing going on just above where the sea line is, the horizon line is on either side, which is, I'm not 100% sure what that relates to. And possibly even, I'm not sure which direction the people were travelling when they photographed this, but I am wondering whether the angle is not as strong as it could be, particularly to capture the penguins.
Any other comments? Terry? Oh, sorry, Tony, go.
Look, I think I'm probably with you there, Kay, in as much as I think it's a fairly literal interpretation of what is something that's happening naturally, and the risk is that you read a little bit too much into that. Penguins having fun, well, they're doing what penguins do. I'm not sure we understand the emotional side of that. I think the tonal control is very well done, but like Kay, I'm not too sure about the balance. That could have been easily made to be more even around the edges.
And Terry?
The crop in itself could be considered a statement. We're running out of room, we're running out of time. And because it fills that screen, it actually, or that image, it actually pulls the attention towards that environmental thing, I can't really, from a technical point of view, I'm happy enough with it. And yes, you can pick out little things like a little bit of waterline that's got a little bit of something going on, which might be in the post-production, but it's certainly not destroying the image for me in terms of it being at least a silver or a strong silver. So I'll leave it to you guys, but I think I've made some good points there.
Judges, rescore, please.
And we have a 79, so we need a review. So please, judges, 79 or 80, thank you. Yeah, 79 or 80. And we end up with a final score of 79, a bronze award. Congratulations. And thank you very much. That's the end of the nature category. Thank you very much to Sony. Judges, don't move.
If anyone's looking for something to do and they haven't been into the trade area yet, head into the trade area. All the trade stands are open. And also there's the great NZIPP pub quiz on this evening from 6 o'clock. There's more